A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane's 19-year-old niece Betty got over her crush on a 41-year-old man and has become interested in Carl Neff. He's 22, the nephew of Mr. Race's wealthy business partner, Mr. T.Y. Neff. Carl also realized that he and Betty had a lot in common. This episode takes place a few nights later in the Aces bungalow, and it's almost 10 o'clock. We find Jane, Mr. Race, and their friend Marge discussing the romance. Listen.
Oh, it's almost 10 o'clock. Where is she?
Oh, you know where she is, dear.
Yes, working, I suppose. That's what she called up and told you this afternoon, wasn't it? She said she'd have to work late tonight.
Oh, sometimes you're as innocent as the new mown hay. What? I don't blame you for laughing, Marge. Imagine, he believes she's working.
He hasn't been around, Bob.
Yes. Sure, she called up and told me she wouldn't be home to dinner because she had to work.
Well, I know better. There's not that much work there.
Well, don't I know it? And what do you think I said to her?
I don't know.
I said work, and she said, yes, work. And I said, well, Betty, it's nice work if you can get it, I said. And we both laughed except Betty. And she said, what are you laughing about? And I said, I hope you have a good time. And she said, what do you mean good time? And I said, oh, now, Betty, don't try to pull the bull over my eyes. And then...
Isn't that awful? If you knew she wasn't working, why didn't you insist that she come home at a respectable hour?
Oh, dear, you can't do that. After all, a girl's only young once in a while. And as long as we know that she's with Carl...
Oh, I suppose it's all right for her to stay out as late as she liked with Carl. A couple of weeks ago, when she was running around like this...
Oh, well, this is different. A couple of weeks ago, we didn't even know where she was or who with. But with a boy like Carl, it's different.
Oh, fine aunt you are. I suppose you think this would be all right with her mother.
I'll say the world it would. She wouldn't like anything better than Betty to marry Carl.
Marry him?
Yes.
Wait a minute, Jane. You're kind of rushing things, aren't you?
Well, I don't believe in long engagements.
Engaged? Who's engaged?
Well, it's just the same as...
Did Betty say they were engaged?
No, Betty won't say anything. She's ashamed even to talk about it. I mean, after the way she told us she was through with all men. And here she is in love with Carl.
What is this talk about love? A week ago they were hating each other, and now you've got them in love. That's the most ridiculous thing I ever...
Yes? Well, I suppose you didn't see her at breakfast this morning.
What are you talking
You
about?
didn't see how she didn't eat anything, just kind of sat there nibbling on the orange juice. You're so busy with your paper in the morning, you didn't hear me tell her that she ought to eat more. I had to say it 3 times before she even answered me. Finally, I said, Betty, snap out of it, I said. You're walking around the clouds. You've got to come down to the good old terracotta, I said.
To the terracotta?
Well, I did. And what did she do?
Well, what did she do?
Well, she kind of smiled herself and got up from the table and came over and kissed me and kind of patted my head and walked out. Well, if that isn't love, then I don't know.
Oh, that's love.
I guess that's as good a symptom as any, Jane.
Well, sure it is.
Well, listen, I don't get this.
Why, dear, she's in love with him as sure as you're a foot.
Well, I'm no foot.
Oh, it's just a saying, dear.
Oh.
Why, I even wrote my sister about Carl and Betty.
You did?
Jane, don't you think you should have waited to be sure?
I am sure.
Oh, you are. Just because Betty loves Carl, as you say, you're just sure that they'll get married.
Well, what's to stop them? Not us.
No, not us. But don't you realize that his uncle, old man Neff, is one of the biggest men in this town, not only financially, but socially?
Yes. Isn't Betty lucky?
Lucky? She'd be lucky to get Neff to even say no to her if Carl ever asked the old man consent. They're a snooty family. They belong to the 400 here in town.
Oh, yes? Well, how about my family? Just a minute now. What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing.
Yes, you did. I don't see where his family's any better than mine.
Comparisons are odious, Jane.
My family does. You take that back.
Oh, I didn't.
And what are you laughing at? Nobody's going to say that about my family and get away with it.
All right. Your family is just fine.
I should say they are.
All right. They came over on the Mayflower.
They did not. Don't you say that about my family.
Oh, they didn't come over on the Mayflower.
No, they were all born in this country, trying to make foreigners out of them.
Trying to make what?
Oh, I don't see what's funny, Marge.
I'm sorry, Jane. I guess I just have a peculiar sense of humor.
I should think you have. My family is as equal as anybody's family, a little more equal of anything.
Yes, Jane, yes, we know.
All right, so Mr. Neff's got a lot of businesses. Isn't my father a doctor?
doctor in a one-horse town.
I heard that last remark.
Oh, I didn't mean for you to.
Well, I did.
Oh, stop arguing, you two.
Well, he can't say my father's a horse doctor.
I didn't say a horse doctor.
Say that, Jane. And he's not complaining about your family. He's just trying to point out that the Neffs are the first family in this town.
Well, my family isn't last.
No, but it's the Neff background.
Oh, background. Suppose Mr. Neff does own property. Doesn't my family own the house they live in?
Say they do.
Sure they do. Suppose they're not rich millionaires. What difference does that make? My goodness, didn't you ever hear of a rich girl marrying a poor boy and a poor boy marrying a rich girl and vice versa? How about that Maybelle Slade back home, Marge?
Well, what about her?
Well, didn't she marry a rich man, and they went out west, and he lost all his money and finally died, and she has a beauty shop now in Memphis?
So what?
So why can't Betty marry Carl?
Oh.
I don't care how rich he is. Now, you take Babs, for instance.
Who?
Babs, you know, the one that married that count or somebody.
Oh, yes, Babs. I didn't know you knew her that well.
Well, didn't she marry a count? Of course, Carl is no count, but just the same now.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Jane. I think he's a very nice fellow.
Oh, I do, too. Who said he's not? Oh, that's funny. He's no count. I just got that.
Yes.
Well, enough joking around. Now, where was it? Oh, yes, of course,
Oh,
Carl.
stop making comparisons and stop making plans for other people.
Well, who's making
Now,
them?
just a minute. You're both talking like children. Jane's just guessing at all this. She doesn't know for sure that Betty and Carl are even thinking of anything as serious as marriage.
Now, just a minute, Marge. I know what I see, don't I?
And I know what I see, Jane. I see that it's after 10 and Betty isn't home yet. Well, she should be. If you're trying to make an impression on Carl, have it your way. If you want Betty to make a good impression on him, she's going to have a fine opinion of her, keeping her out till this hour of night.
What do you mean?
Well, she should be a little more discreet. What is he going to think of her, a girl that stays out with a fellow she just met a week or so ago until any hour of the night?
Oh, yes, I think he's got something there, Jane.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, that's different. I'll tell Betty that. I didn't think of it that way.
Well, it's about time you did.
Well, that
think
must
it.
be Betty now. Now, don't you holler at her. I'll tell her tomorrow. Just
All
a minute,
right.
Betty.
Now, don't make a scene, eh?
I won't, but somebody ought to. She can't be doing...
Betty, where have you been? Oh, Mr. Neff.
Is your husband in?
Yes, come in, Mr. Neff. Come in. We were just talking
Well,
about
Mr. Neff, this is an unexpected pleasure.
Well, it isn't for me. Does my nephew have to work all night at that office of yours?
Well...
Oh, Mr. Neff, did you think he was ouch.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Jane.
You stepped right on my
Oh,
foot.
I'm so sorry. Sit down, Mr. Neff.
I can't sit down. I'm too nervous. 3 nights in a row he hasn't come home to dinner, and I sit up waiting for him.
Well, there's nothing to worry about, Mr. Neff.
It may not be to you, but I sit there at that dinner table alone night after night, worrying about him until I can't eat a bite.
Oh, can I get you a little sandwich or something, Mr. Neff?
No, I don't want any.
Oh, Jane, will you please... why, Mr. Neff, there's really nothing to worry about. He may have had some work. He wanted to get out of the way. That was...
May have had?
Yes.
Didn't you instruct him to work late?
Well, no, but you see, he's taken such an interest in the business that I guess he can't tear himself away. After all, you did want him to settle down and get into the swing of things.
I do. That boy's the only thing I've got left. All the rest of them, the whole caboodle of nieces and nephews and parasites, I've washed my hands of them. I'm taking everything I have on this boy.
Well, I'm sure he's worthy of it.
He better be. He started out to be like the rest of them, with their country clubs and nightlife. Well, I'm going to keep him from it if it's the last thing I do. He's the only one of the whole family that can amount to anything.
Only one in your whole family?
The only one, Mrs. Ace.
Well, now, my family...
Well, Mr. Neff, I don't think you'll be disappointed in him. I think he shows great promise.
You really think so?
Of course. He shows it by the way he wants to work this way every night.
But I want him around me more. Does he have to work every night?
Oh, of course not. If you want him as bad as that,
I do. He's the apple of my eye, that boy.
Oh, can I get you some fruit, Mr. Neff?
No, I don't want
Jane,
anything.
can't you see that Mr. Neff's upset? Please
Well,
don't.
I was only trying to...
Well,
tell you.
Grace. Yes?
I don't know if I explained all the details when I came to you and asked you to put this boy into the business.
Oh, yes, you told me he was just out of college and you wanted to get him started.
That's it. I want him to be able to take over everything after I'm gone. I don't want to see my whole life's work going for nothing.
And I think you made a wise selection, Mr. Neff. That boy has stuff.
You really think so?
Why, of course.
Well, I hope so. If he hasn't, I'll pound it into him. I'll let him start off on the wrong foot. No sooner was he out of school when he got himself involved with some woman. I got him out of that, and then he started running out with that country club set. I got him away from them.
And now he's settling down to a business career. He's going to be all right.
Oh, well,
Mr.
that's
Neff.
Betty now. I'll let her in, dear.
Okay.
If he keeps his mind on it, he'll be all right. And that's what I want him to do. And None of this foolishness. Plenty of time for that later. After he's proved he's worthy of the trust I put in him.
Oh, Betty, we were just... Oh, hello, Carl.
Is that the boy?
Well, come in. I guess who's here?
Oh, Aunt Jane.
Well, come in and see. This is going to be a big surprise for you, Carl.
Well, what are you doing here at this hour of the night?
Oh, hello, Uncle.
Don't hello me. Where have you been?
Why, we went to a picture show.
Picture show? I thought you said you had to work tonight.
Well, we finished, and I thought I'd take Betty to a movie.
Betty? Who's Betty?
Oh, this is Betty, Mr. Neff. This is my niece, Miss Taylor. Betty.
Jane, will you please stay out
You
of this?
took this girl to a movie?
Well, is there anything wrong in that, Mr. Neff?
I'm not talking to you.
No, Uncle Neff, I don't think you should use that tone to Betty.
I'll use what tone I like. I thought you promised me you'd cut out this foolishness and tend to business.
Well, you can hardly call Betty foolishness.
Please, Carl, don't start an argument on my account.
Now, you look here, young man. I thought we had an understanding.
Yeah, but, Uncle, this is different. Betty and I...
That's what you said the last time.
Well, she'll only let me...
Now, you come home with me. I'll have this out with you once and for all. Come on.
But I want you to know...
Please, Carl, go with him.
I'll show you. I'll cut you out of my will. I won't leave you a penny.
I don't care about your will.
Carl, please go.
Well, all right, Betty.
Are you coming?
Yes, Uncle. Good night, Betty.
Good night, Carl.
Good night, folks.
Good night.
Good night, Carl.
Sorry about that.
It's okay, Carl. We
Carl?
understand.
I won't wait here another minute.
I'm coming, Uncle. I'm coming.
Going to picture shows. I'll cut you off without a red cent.
Oh, Aunt Jane.
Oh, Betty.
Oh, Aunt Jane.
Oh, Betty.
Oh, stop it, you two.
Well, I can't help it. Don't cry, Betty.
But I love him, Aunt Jane, and he loves me.
You do? He does?
Yes, and I'm so miserable.
Oh, well, now, don't you worry.
But you heard Mr. Neff say he'd cut her out of his will.
Don't you worry, Betty. Where there's a will, there's a way. You just leave it to us, Betty. We'll find a way.
Well, here's hoping Jane can find a way. Just how she goes about it, we learn when next we meet the Easy Aces.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Brown Eyes, Why Are You So Close to My Nose? When it comes to bright, vivid beauty, ladies and gentlemen, there are two sights that are mighty hard to beat. One is a garden of spring flowers bursting into color with daffodils, tulips, and primroses. And the other is a big shimmering mold of Jell-O in any of its 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. Jell-O's rich, glowing colors are so gay and inviting, they make Jell-O one of the most attractive desserts of all. There's bright golden lemon, rosy pink strawberry, clear green lime, ruby red cherry, sunny orange, and crimson raspberry, the cheeriest, most charming colors that ever delighted the eye or tempted the taste. And flavor? Say, there's just nothing more delicious than the flavor of Jell-O. A delightful flavor as refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. So enjoy Jell-O real soon. Let's say the strawberry, raspberry, or cherry flavors. All three have a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is a grand, distinctive goodness better than ever. Try a rich, glistening mold of Jell-O tomorrow. Brown Eyes, Why Are You So Close to My Nose, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you one of Hollywood's most versatile movie stars whose new picture has just gone into production. An actor whose roles extend from leading man in Love Thy Neighbor to leading lady in Charlie's Aunt, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you were a little confused in your introduction. You see, in the picture I'm making now, Charlie's Aunt, I'm really a man. I merely masquerade as a woman.
Oh, I see. Well, that's a rather difficult assignment, isn't it, Jack?
Oh, it is. You see, Don, the picture takes place around 1890, and I never realized how uncomfortable women's dresses were in those days. Boy, they had more contraptions. Leg of mutton sleeves, tight collars, 7 petticoats.
Yes, they were pretty complicated. By the way, Jack, does your dress have a bustle on it?
A bustle? I think so, Don. It can't be me. But I don't mind that, Don. The thing I really object to is that darn corset I have to wear. So tight and hot and always sticking in my ribs.
You know, mine does that, too.
Oh-ho! So I finally got it out of you. You admit that you wear a corset, eh, Don?
Well, the little woman thought it was a good idea. It helps my figure and takes an inch off my stomach.
An inch?
Yes.
Don, taking 1 inch off your stomach is like taking a clam away from Pismo Beach. Anyway, wear it in good health. But getting back to my costume, Don, Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
Corset.
Well, that lets me out.
I mean the corset I wear in my picture. And Don, listen. There's one thing I found out about women's clothes in those days. Excuse me, Mary. I want to go over and talk to Don.
Okay, boys.
Don, you'll never believe it.
What is it, Jack?
Long pants. No kidding, Don. The ones I wear go clear down to my ankles. But I'll tell you something about my costume, Don. I look cute as the dickens in it. I wear a black dress, a lace shawl, and a wig with long gray curls.
Do they go down to your ankles, too?
Mary, I'm playing a woman, not a French poodle.
If you could bark, I'd bet on you.
Oh, stop. I look very attractive in that outfit. And you know, Don, it's amazing how I fool everybody around the studio. They think I'm really a woman.
Doesn't anybody think you're a poodle?
No, nobody but you. Get this, Don. I was walking around the lot the other day, all dressed up in my costume, and Jack Oakey pulled alongside of me in his car and said, how about going out for a spin, babe?
Oh, he didn't recognize you, huh?
No. Well, anyway, I thought I'd rib him a little, so I got in the car and we drove off. No kidding, he really fell for it.
What happened, Jack?
I walked home from Santa Monica. You know, I'll either have to get another picture or roller skate. It's terrible.
By the way, Jack, is Charlie's Aunt a Paramount picture?
No, Don. I'm making this one for 20th Century Fox. You see, I'm signed at 3 different studios now. Paramount, Fox, and Warner Brothers.
Well, that's odd. Why should 3 studios want you?
They don't. They toss them around like a hot potato.
They do nothing of the kind. Now, you were at the studio, Mary, and you know very well that when I walked into Mr. Zanuck's office the other day, he gave me a wonderful reception.
Some reception. He said, I'm busy. See me later.
He said, I'm busy. Please see me later. He's a swell guy. Believe me. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Happy Mother's Day.
Dennis, this is Mother's Day, but that was meant for a rib. I don't like it.
Oh, I wasn't ribbing, Mr. Benny. You know, you've been like a mother to me ever since I've been on this program.
Oh.
Gee, you've taken care of me, you've always inspired me, and you've encouraged me in my work.
Well.
And you've even been kind enough to save my money for me.
Oh, forget it, Dennis. I'm glad to do it. Nothing at all.
I'm keeping track, Bub.
All right, keep track. I'm only doing it for your own good. When summer comes along, you'll be able to take a little trip somewhere. You know, we'll be off the air in 3 more weeks.
Oh, yeah. Say, Mr. Benny, where are you going on your vacation this summer?
Jack Oakey is taking him to Honolulu.
Now, cut that out. And don't be silly. I haven't decided yet, Dennis, but I may go.
Hiya, Jackson.
Oh, hello, Phil.
I'm sure sorry I missed that big banquet NBC gave you, but I was playing that night in Pasadena.
Well, we missed you too, Phil.
Yeah, Phil, we certainly had a wonderful time.
Well, I tried to get out of my engagement, but the manager said okay so fast I went right into a number.
I don't blame you, but you sure missed a swell party. You know, I look pretty nifty in my full-dress suit.
Say, Phil, you should have been there when Jack was introduced. Boy, was he embarrassed.
Well, accidents will happen.
What was it, Mary?
When Jack took a bow, his shirt flew up and shoved a cigar right down his throat.
Well, that's nothing to laugh at. I could hardly go on with my speech.
That was nothing to laugh at either.
I did all right, sister. Anyway, it was a grand testimonial, and I appreciate it.
Say, Jackson, did you hear the wonderful tribute Fred Allen gave you last Wednesday?
Tribute? Certainly I heard it. But what do you mean, tribute?
He did your biology, didn't he?
That's biography. Biology is with the bees. Alan was supposed to eulogize me for 60 minutes, and he practically ignored me. And after all I've done for that guy.
What have you ever done for Allen?
What have I... Did you hear that, Mary? When Alan first broke into show business, who gave him a friendly pat on the back?
You did.
Yeah, who gave him advice?
You did.
Who gave him money when he needed it?
You did?
Yes, I did. And that shows you how grateful Alan is. Well, that's all you can expect from that guy. Phil, how about a band number so I can get good and mad?
Okay, Jackson, we're going to play
Never mind, play it. Who cares? I'm going to get even with Opie, too. Go ahead, Phil. Hold it a minute. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, what do you want?
Well, due to conditions beyond my control, I'll be unable to pick you up this evening.
You can't pick me up. Why not?
Well, I was on my way to the studio and the Maxwell broke down. I think the heat got it.
The heat? Well, there must be a leak in the radiator. See if you can find it.
Find it? I can't even duck it.
Rochester, I don't want to have to take a cab home. Now, where are you calling from?
Just a second. Where are we, Mabel?
Mabel, what is this? Rochester, where are you?
I'm calling from the Central Avenue. Our ribs will tickle you barbecue pit.
Well, let me ask you something. What are you doing on Central Avenue with a girl when you're supposed to pick me up?
If you could see Mabel, you'd forgive me, boss. She's TNT from Tennessee.
I imagine.
She's really... What's that, honey? Correction, boss. Mabel's name is Magnolia.
I don't care what her name is. I want you over here, so get out of that barbecue stand and fix that car.
But, boss...
You're not afraid to get a little grease on your hands, are you?
I don't think so. I just tucked away 7 plates of ribs.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you, Rochester. Get over here right away. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
That was a nice gold watch they gave you at the banquet the other night.
Yes, it's beautiful.
What are you going to do with your old watch?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'll give it to you.
Thanks. You can keep it, Magnolia.
What?
Go on, boy.
That boy doesn't waste any time. Play.
Played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the National Broadcasting Company is taking over the remainder of this evening's Jell-O show for a special program which they have prepared. May I now introduce to you my good friend Ken Carpenter. Thanks, Don. Ladies and gentlemen, last Friday night, NBC had a special program dedicated to Jack Benny's 10th anniversary on the air. For that particular occasion, a musical tribute to Jack had been prepared, but due to a limitation of time, we were unable to include this in the broadcast. However, we feel that you, Jack Benny's listeners, would like to hear this salutation. So So if Jack and the rest of the cast will take seats in the audience, we will proceed with the life of Jack Benny in music. Okay, let's go. 47 years ago, Waukegan, Illinois, was a little-known settlement boasting a few scattered stores, one of which was owned by one Meyer Benny. There was much excitement around Mr. Benny's store the day we start our story, easily explained by the cries of the newsboys on the neighboring street.
Extra! Extra! A message from the store.
Mr. Benny found a baby boy when he came home from work.
He's proudly handing out cigars and boasting he will be the father of a president in 1903. The father of a president in 1903.
As Jack remembers only too well, his father's predominant characteristic was strictness. He was the sort of a man who regarded the raising of a youngster as stern business. On the occasion of bringing his first report card home from school, we find Jack approaching his father with considerable alarm.
Let me look at your report card, Jack, my boy.
Jack, my boy.
I am sure my heart will overflow with joy.
Flow with joy.
What's this? English C's, Algebra D's, History D, Geography F. He draws his maps in the treble clef.
Scholarship 4, Deportment 4, Scholarship 4, Deportment 4.
I just can't do a thing with it. He won't study, he won't work. I can't make him concentrate. He'll be the death of me, a bad influence. Think of music all the time.
Deportment 4, Scholarship 4, Deportment 4.
What's this? Music A? Music A?
Yes, Jack's main interest as a child was the violin. He hated to practice, but he loved to play, especially with his devoted grandmother for an audience. He would sit for hours in the cold parlor alone on the row of chairs that was supposed to represent the audience, while her grandson played show for her. He played comedian,
Who was that lady? I said he was there was no lady.
magician,
Now watch me very closely. I have nothing up my sleeve.
dancer, singer,
Waukegan sprays upon me.
violinist. In spite of his intense dislike for practice, Jack soon attained sufficient skill to play in the junior orchestra of Waukegan and occasionally in a reel-for-shore dance orchestra in one of the neighboring towns. Then, suddenly, out of the clear blue sky, the bolt fell. Jack was expelled from high school for spending his afternoons in a vaudeville theater.
Yes, they threw out our hero, alas and alas. The burdens of school were too much for poor Jack.
He much preferred to hang around the Barrison Theater, worshiping the ingenue and wondering what they paid her. He got a job as doorman so he could watch the stars emerging from this wondrous place and help them to their cars.
He got in the orchestra after a bit and played violin with the boys in the pit.
From his seat in the orchestra pit, Jack reveled in the imposing array of stars of that year. The Marx Brothers, Marilyn Miller, Joe Cook, Dick Dale, all the big-time acts played there. When the theater closed, some months later, the leader of the orchestra, Cora Salisbury, asked Jack to join her in a violin and piano act. He consented, and a new act was born. Salisbury and Benny from Grand Opera to Ragtime. Jack Benny's apprenticeship was served in musty old theaters with a few worn pieces of scenery, a two-piece orchestra in the pit, cramped dressing room in the cellar, rats that ate the grease paint right off the shelves, but he loved it. 4 years of this until a family illness called Cora back to Waukegan. Jack's adventure was over. There was nothing for him to do but to go to work in his father's store. He waited on the customers with his mind a million miles away.
Some thinking white suspenders, please. My brother needs a pair.
Gosh, Eva Tangway. Singing, I don't care. Have you any black silk socks, size 11, please? Jolson was sensational singing Mammy on his knee.
Selling men's apparel only filled young Jack with loathing. He wanted to be next to clothing instead of next to clothing.
Dissatisfied as a salesman, Jack began to look around for a new partner. Friends told him of a great piano player in Chicago, and they formed an act. Benny and Wood, 10 minutes of syncopation. The act went so well that by the third season, they received an offer from one of New York's biggest agents. He not only agreed to handle them in New York, but proceeded to book them immediately into that mecca of all vaudevillians, the Palace.
New York, 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 New York.
Now every act that's ever been from Jacksonville to Chickapin has always wanted to be in the Palace.
Go there a while and crank a key and get a raise in salary, their ultimate goal will always be the Palace.
We'll kill 'em in the Palace, we'll play 'em in the Palace, we'll wow 'em in the Palace, we'll lay 'em in the Isles. They'll love us in the Palace, they'll hear us in the Palace.
Benny and Wood were a flop in the Palace. Some performers are doomed forever to be second-raters, never to reach the big time. Violinist Jack Benny was one of these. He would never succeed. Well, it was after Jack joined the Navy that he discovered himself to be a comedian. There's something mysterious about it. He appeared in the Great Lakes Review, and the author, Dave Wolfe, gave him a few lines to speak, and people laughed at him, that was all. When the war ended, Jack went back to vaudeville, but as a single this time, emphasizing comedy and using the violin just to fill out the act. Not long after that, Jack fell in love. He was wandering around the May Company in Los Angeles one day in search of a new
I beg your pardon, but where can I find men's suits?
4 aisles over and 3 aisles down.
Well, thank you. Oh, by the way, what do you sell?
I sell ladies' hosiery and things.
Oh, yes, I just remembered. That's what I need, some ladies' hosiery and things. For my sister.
Really? Can I help you in your selection?
Definitely. Here, and when I buy my suit, and whenever I need anything else.
Ha, ha, ha! That's fine. That's just fine.
Guess what her name was, guess what her name was.
My name was Mary Marks that day that Benny bought his suit. But now I'm Mary Livingston and Mrs. Benny to boot.
Her name is Mary Livingston and Mrs. Benny to boot.
As Mrs. Jack Benny, Mary tried hard to forget the comfortable security she'd given up for a portable existence in hotels and trains, but she was pretty unhappy the first year, packing, unpacking, checking in, checking out.
Whenever Jack would play a town that Mary thought was swell, she'd find a nice apartment and fix it up real well. And just when she'd begin to think that they were there to stay, Jack would get a boating 1,500 miles away. One day he got an offer to do a Broadway show.
That's for me, said Mary. Just say the word. Let's go. We'll get a nice apartment near Central Park and then we'll hope and trust and pray we'll never have to move again.
So Jack assumed a starring role in Carol's Vanities, and they were sitting pretty as you please. But just when they had signed a lease and paid the bills they owed, the Vanities closed its New York run and went out on the road.
So Jack turned to radio as a solution to his problem. He auditioned and auditioned and auditioned to no avail. Finally, the New York columnist, Ed Sullivan, invited Jack to make a guest appearance on his program. A far cry from his familiar glow again, these are the first words that Jack Benny ever uttered on the air.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny talking. There will be a slight pause while you say, who cares? You know, Ed, I just got in from Hollywood, but I'm going back in a couple of weeks. I'm going to be in a new picture with Greta Garbo. They sent me the story last week, and it's a very novel idea. When the picture first opens, I'm found dead in the bathroom. It's sort of a mystery picture. I'm found in the bathtub on Wednesday night.
It wasn't long before Jack had his first sponsor, Canada Dry. And that was the start of a career almost unsurpassed in radio. He had swell help at first from writer Harry Carn, but in recent years his authors have been Bill Morrow and Ed Beloin. And let us not forget Harry Baldwin, Jack's faithful secretary, who's been with him ever since his early days in radio. Most of America listens on Sunday nights to hear the familiar strains of
J-E-L, hello to you. J-E-L, hello to you.
You'll hear this old familiar sound on every Sunday night.
when Jack Benny comes around to make your Sabbath bright.
J-E-L, hello to you. Means half an hour of fun, that's you.
He'll tell you how he killed them at a Wednesday matinee.
Complain about the awful salaries that he has to pay.
No matter what he talks about, you're glad to hear him say, J-E-L, hello to you. We must have music, so play, Phil. You're okay, Phil. You know the way, Phil.
He murdered the English language and he panics all the dames.
He plays the kind of music a jitterbug acclaims.
And then he found out long ago you simply can't embarrass Phil Harris. We must have a singer, so sing, Benny. Your fans are many, so sing, Benny.
He's as Irish as a shillelagh.
Yeah, shillelagh.
And he hits the high C daily.
Yeah, daily.
Whenever Jack puts on a play, the boy that plays the menace is Dennis. We must have an announcer, so tell Don, do it well, Don, give him Don. He wears a suit and 65, and then he loves to kid him. It must have been those picturacious flavors that undid him.
But when they need a man to push the Maxwell up the hill, son, it's Wilson.
We must have a comedian, so here's Mary, 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 quite contrary.
She reads the most outrageous poems that you have ever heard. And when she isn't doing that, she's giving Jack the bird.
The one who has Jack Benny on the verge of Harry Carey is Mary. We must have a butler, so bring on Rochester. I'm coming, boss. Bring on Rochester.
He's a dusty devil, but on the level, he's really a wonderful yes man. His main concern is he'd like to learn what happened to the gas man.
There's always a crowd around him asking for autographs. Jack and Mary do all the work and he gets all the laughs. The folks back in Waukegan, there's a sort of testimonial. Planted a tree for Jack one day in manner ceremonial. Now this may quite a hit with Jack, and proudly he was both, but the poor tree died.
Fred Allen says it's because the sap was on the coast.
J-E-L, hello to you. J-E-L, hello to you.
When Jack does his programs away from home, you may have heard him say just before signing off,
Good night, Joni.
Joni is his baby girl, and Jack carries her picture and brags about her just like any proud father. And so on his 10th anniversary in radio, we pay tribute to a man who has consistently topped the list of radio comedians. A man who has made the world laugh and laughed at the world. A man who still remembers the friends he made on the way up. Comedian, star maker, and good fellow,
Jack Benny.
Jack Benny.
Jack Benny. Please say hello to you.
Thanks to NBC and you, Ken Carpenter, and to Gordon Jenkins for a swell job of directing. And thanks to all the others who participated. Really was a thrill, and I got a big kick out of it. I'm sure my cast did, too.
Here's a dessert, ladies and gentlemen, a really swell dessert that will please the eye and tease the taste. It's a grand springtime delight called Jell-O Cubes with strawberries. And what a rich, enjoyable treat it is. Full of tempting, tantalizing flavor, and one of the most colorful desserts you've ever seen. It's easy to make, too. Simply prepare one package of orange Jell-O as you usually do. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Next, cut into small cubes and arrange in sherbet glasses with sweetened sliced strawberries. Then serve either plain or with cream, and watch the whole family smile approval. For beguiling flavor, for sheer attractiveness, and for easy, inexpensive preparation, this new dessert hits a new high. So try it soon. and see if you've ever tasted anything more delicious than sweet, juicy red strawberries mingled with tiny, shimmering cubes of golden orange Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 32nd program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. This has been a pretty hectic week for me, ladies and gentlemen. I have so many people to thank, I don't know where to begin. However, I would like to express my gratitude to those who appeared on the NBC program Friday night. Claudette Colbert, Herbert Marshall, the Quiz Kids, Eddie Cantor, Ed Sullivan, Ole Olson, Ed Thorgerson, and Aloys Hebrilla. Thanks a million. Well, Mary, I'm pretty tired. I think I'll go home. Where's my hat?
I threw it away. It doesn't fit you anymore.
Oh, yes. Good night, folks.
Hey, we thank the Signal Oil Company for the services of Gordon Jenkins this evening.
Everybody loves a grand dessert, and featured on many dinner tables these days are Jell-O.
Wait a minute, Frank Bingman. Our Jell-O? Don't you mean is Jell-O?
Well, you didn't let me finish. What I was going to say was, featured on many dinner tables these days are Jell-O puddings. Jell-O, you know, is a delicious gelatin dessert. And Jell-O puddings are rich, luscious puddings, as smooth as cream, and simply unrivaled for mellow, melt-in-the-mouth flavor. So whenever you order Jell-O, order Jell-O puddings in all three flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are really swell. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Brown Eyes, Why Are You So Close to My Nose? When it comes to bright, vivid beauty, ladies and gentlemen, there are two sights that are mighty hard to beat. One is a garden of spring flowers bursting into color with daffodils, tulips, and primroses. And the other is a big shimmering mold of Jell-O in any of its 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. Jell-O's rich, glowing colors are so gay and inviting, they make Jell-O one of the most attractive desserts of all. There's bright golden lemon, rosy pink strawberry, clear green lime, ruby red cherry, sunny orange, and crimson raspberry, the cheeriest, most charming colors that ever delighted the eye or tempted the taste. And flavor? Say, there's just nothing more delicious than the flavor of Jell-O. A delightful flavor as refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. So enjoy Jell-O real soon. Let's say the strawberry, raspberry, or cherry flavors. All three have a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is a grand, distinctive goodness better than ever. Try a rich, glistening mold of Jell-O tomorrow. Brown Eyes, Why Are You So Close to My Nose, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you one of Hollywood's most versatile movie stars whose new picture has just gone into production. An actor whose roles extend from leading man in Love Thy Neighbor to leading lady in Charlie's Aunt, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you were a little confused in your introduction. You see, in the picture I'm making now, Charlie's Aunt, I'm really a man. I merely masquerade as a woman.
Oh, I see. Well, that's a rather difficult assignment, isn't it, Jack?
Oh, it is. You see, Don, the picture takes place around 1890, and I never realized how uncomfortable women's dresses were in those days. Boy, they had more contraptions. Leg of mutton sleeves, tight collars, 7 petticoats.
Yes, they were pretty complicated. By the way, Jack, does your dress have a bustle on it?
A bustle? I think so, Don. It can't be me. But I don't mind that, Don. The thing I really object to is that darn corset I have to wear. So tight and hot and always sticking in my ribs.
You know, mine does that, too.
Oh-ho! So I finally got it out of you. You admit that you wear a corset, eh, Don?
Well, the little woman thought it was a good idea. It helps my figure and takes an inch off my stomach.
An inch?
Yes.
Don, taking 1 inch off your stomach is like taking a clam away from Pismo Beach. Anyway, wear it in good health. But getting back to my costume, Don, Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
Corset.
Well, that lets me out.
I mean the corset I wear in my picture. And Don, listen. There's one thing I found out about women's clothes in those days. Excuse me, Mary. I want to go over and talk to Don.
Okay, boys.
Don, you'll never believe it.
What is it, Jack?
Long pants. No kidding, Don. The ones I wear go clear down to my ankles. But I'll tell you something about my costume, Don. I look cute as the dickens in it. I wear a black dress, a lace shawl, and a wig with long gray curls.
Do they go down to your ankles, too?
Mary, I'm playing a woman, not a French poodle.
If you could bark, I'd bet on you.
Well, stop. I look very attractive in that outfit. And you know, Don, it's amazing how I fool everybody around the studio. They think I'm really a woman.
Doesn't anybody think you're a poodle?
No, nobody but you. Get this, Don. I was walking around the lot the other day, all dressed up in my costume, and Jack Oakey pulled alongside of me in his car and said, how about going out for a spin, Dave?
Oh, he didn't recognize you, huh?
No. Well, anyway, I thought I'd rib him a little, so I got in the car and we drove off. No kidding, he really fell for it.
What happened, Jack?
I walked home from Santa Monica. You know, I'll either have to get another picture or roller skate. It's terrible.
By the way, Jack, is Charlie's Aunt a Paramount picture?
No, Don. I'm making this one for 20th Century Fox. You see, I'm signed at 3 different studios now. Paramount, Fox, and Warner Brothers.
Well, that's odd. Why should 3 studios want you?
They don't. They toss them around like a hot potato.
They do nothing of the kind. Now, you were at the studio, Mary, and you know very well that when I walked into Mr. Zanuck's office the other day, he gave me a wonderful reception.
Some reception. He said, I'm busy. See me later.
He said, I'm busy. Please see me later. He's a swell guy. Believe me. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Happy Mother's Day.
Dennis, this is Mother's Day, but that was meant for a rib. I don't like it.
Oh, I wasn't ribbing, Mr. Benny. You know, you've been like a mother to me ever since I've been on this program.
Oh.
Gee, you've taken care of me, you've always inspired me, and you've encouraged me in my work.
Well.
And you've even been kind enough to save my money for me.
Oh, forget it, Dennis. I'm glad to do it. Nothing at all.
I'm keeping track, Bub.
All right, keep track. I'm only doing it for your own good. When summer comes along, you'll be able to take a little trip somewhere. You know, we'll be off the air in 3 more weeks.
Oh, yeah. Say, Mr. Benny, where are you going on your vacation this summer?
Jack Oakey is taking him to Honolulu.
Now, cut that out. And don't be silly. I haven't decided yet, Dennis, but I may go.
Hiya, Jackson.
Oh, hello, Phil.
I'm sure sorry I missed that big banquet NBC gave you, but I was playing that night in Pasadena.
Well, we missed you too, Phil.
Yeah, Phil, we certainly had a wonderful time.
Well, I tried to get out of my engagement, but the manager said okay so fast I went right into a number.
I don't blame you, but you sure missed a swell party. You know, I look pretty nifty in my full-dress suit.
Say, Phil, you should have been there when Jack was introduced. Boy, was he embarrassed.
Well, accidents will happen.
What was it, Mary?
When Jack took a bow, his shirt flew up and shoved a cigar right down his throat.
Well, that's nothing to laugh at. I could hardly go on with my speech.
That was nothing to laugh at either.
I did all right, sister. Anyway, it was a grand testimonial, and I appreciate it.
Say, Jackson, did you hear the wonderful tribute Fred Allen gave you last Wednesday?
Tribute? Certainly I heard it. But what do you mean, tribute?
He did your biology, didn't he?
That's biography. Biology is with the bees. Alan was supposed to eulogize me for 60 minutes, and he practically ignored me. And after all I've done for that guy.
What have you ever done for Alan?
What have I... Did you hear that, Mary? When Alan first broke into show business, who gave him a friendly pat on the back?
You did.
Yeah, who gave him advice?
You did.
Who gave him money when he needed it?
You did?
Yes, I did. And that shows you how grateful Alan is. Well, that's all you can expect from that guy. Phil, how about a band number so I can get good and mad?
Okay, Jackson, we're going to play
Never mind, play it. Who cares? I'm going to get even with Okie, too. Go ahead, Phil. Hold it a minute. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, what do you want?
Well, due to conditions beyond my control, I'll be unable to pick you up this evening.
You can't pick me up. Why not?
Well, I was on my way to the studio and the Maxwell broke down. I think the heat got it.
The heat? Well, there must be a leak in the radiator. See if you can find it.
Find it? I can't even duck it.
Rochester, I don't want to have to take a cab home. Now, where are you calling from?
Just a second. Where are we, Mabel?
Mabel, what is this? Rochester, where are you?
I'm calling from the Central Avenue. Our ribs will tickle you barbecue pit.
Well, let me ask you something. What are you doing on Central Avenue with a girl when you're supposed to pick me up?
If you could see Mabel, you'd forgive me, boss. She's TNT from Tennessee.
I imagine.
She's really... What's that, honey? Correction, boss. Mabel's name is Magnolia.
I don't care what her name is. I want you over here, so get out of that barbecue stand and fix that car.
But, boss...
You're not afraid to get a little grease on your hands, are you?
I don't think so. I just tucked away 7 plates of ribs.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you, Rochester. Get over here right away. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
That was a nice gold watch they gave you at the banquet the other night.
Yes, it's beautiful.
What are you going to do with your old watch?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'll give it to you.
Thanks. You can keep it, Magnolia.
What?
Go on, boy.
That boy doesn't waste any time. Play.
Played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the National Broadcasting Company is taking over the remainder of this evening's Jell-O show for a special program which they have prepared. May I now introduce to you my good friend Ken Carpenter. Thanks, Don. Ladies and gentlemen, last Friday night, NBC had a special program dedicated to Jack Benny's 10th anniversary on the air. For that particular occasion, a musical tribute to Jack had been prepared, but due to a limitation of time, we were unable to include this in the broadcast. However, we feel that you, Jack Benny's listeners, would like to hear this salutation. So if Jack and the rest of the cast will take seats in the audience, we will proceed with the life of Jack Benny in music. Okay, let's go. "47 years ago, Waukegan, Illinois, was a little-known settlement boasting a few scattered stores, one of which was owned by one Meyer Benny. There was much excitement around Mr. Benny's store the day we start our story, easily explained by the cries of the newsboys on the neighboring street.
Extra! Extra! A message from the source.
Mr. Benny found a baby boy when he came home from work.
He's proudly handing out cigars and boasting he will be the father of a president in 1903. The father of a president in 1903.
As Jack remembers only too well, his father's predominant characteristic was strictness. He was the sort of a man who regarded the raising of a youngster as stern business. On the occasion of bringing his first report card home from school, we find Jack approaching his father with considerable alarm.
Let me look at your report card, Jack, my boy.
Jack, my boy.
I am sure my heart will overflow with joy.
Flow with joy.
What's this? English C's, Algebra D's, History D, Geography F. He draws his maps in the treble clef.
Scholarship 4, Deportment 4, Scholarship 4, Deportment 4.
I just can't do a thing with it. He won't study, he won't work. I can't make him concentrate. He'll be the death of me. A bad influence. Think of music all the time.
Deportment 4, Scholarship 4, Deportment 4.
What's this? Music A? Music A?
Yes, Jack's main interest as a child was the violin. He hated to practice, but he loved to play, especially with his devoted grandmother for an audience. She would sit for hours in the cold parlor alone on the row of chairs that was supposed to represent the audience, while her grandson played show for her. He played comedian,
Who was that lady? I said he was there was no lady.
magician,
Now watch me very closely. I have nothing up my sleeve.
dancer, singer,
Waukegan sprays upon me.
violinist. In spite of his intense dislike for practice, Jack soon attained sufficient skill to play in the junior orchestra of Waukegan, and occasionally in a reel-for-shore dance orchestra in one of the neighboring towns. Then, suddenly, out of the clear blue sky, the bolt fell. Jack was expelled from high school for spending his afternoons in a vaudeville theater.
Yes, they threw out our hero, alas and alas. The burdens of school were too much for poor Jack.
He much preferred to hang around the Barrison Theater, worshiping the ingenue and wondering what they paid her. He got a job as doorman so he could watch the stars emerging from this wondrous place and help them to their cars.
He got in the orchestra after a bit and played violin with the boys in the pit.
From his seat in the orchestra pit, Jack reveled in the imposing array of stars of that year. The Marx Brothers, Marilyn Miller, Joe Cook, Dick Dale, all the big-time acts played there. When the theater closed, some months later, the leader of the orchestra, Cora Salisbury, asked Jack to join her in a violin and piano act. He consented, and a new act was born. Salisbury and Benny, from Grand Opera to Ragtime. Jack Benny's apprenticeship was served in musty old theaters with a few worn pieces of scenery, a two-piece orchestra in the pit, cramped dressing room in the cellar, rats that ate the grease paint right off the shelves, but he loved it. 4 years of this until a family illness called Cora back to Waukegan. Jack's adventure was over. There was nothing for him to do but to go to work in his father's store. He waited on the customers with his mind a million miles away.
Some thinking white suspenders, please. My brother needs a pair.
Guy, Eva Tangway. Singing, I don't care. Have you any black silk socks, size 11, please? Jolson was sensational singing Mammy on his knee.
Selling men's apparel only filled young Jack with loathing. He wanted to be next to clothing instead of next to clothing.
Dissatisfied as a salesman, Jack began to look around for a new partner. friends told him of a great piano player in Chicago, and they formed an act. Benny and Wood, 10 minutes of syncopation. The act went so well that by the third season, they received an offer from one of New York's biggest agents. He not only agreed to handle them in New York, but proceeded to book them immediately into that mecca of all vaudevillians, the Palace.
New York, 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 New York.
Now every act that's ever been from Jacksonville to Chickapin has always wanted to be in the Palace.
Go there a while and crank a key and get a raise in salary. Their ultimate goal will always be the Palace.
We'll kill 'em in the Palace, we'll play 'em in the Palace, we'll wow 'em in the Palace, we'll lay 'em in the aisles. They'll love us in the Palace, they'll hear us in the Palace.
Benny and Wood were a flop in the Palace. Some performers are doomed forever to be second-raters, never to reach the big time. Violinist Jack Benny was one of these. He would never succeed. Well, it was after Jack joined the Navy that he discovered himself to be a comedian. There's nothing mysterious about it. He appeared in the Great Lakes Review, and the author, Dave Wolfe, gave him a few lines to speak, and people laughed at him, that was all. When the war ended, Jack went back to vaudeville, but as a single this time, emphasizing comedy and using the violin just to fill out the act. Not long after that, Jack fell in love. He was wandering around the May Company in Los Angeles one day in search of a new
I beg your pardon, but where can I find men's suits?
4 aisles over and 3 aisles down.
Well, thank you. Oh, by the way, what do you sell?
I sell ladies' hosiery and things.
Oh, yes, I just remembered that's what I need, some ladies' hosiery and things. For, my sister.
Really? Can I help you in your selection?
Definitely. Here, and when I buy my suit, and whenever I need anything else.
Ha, ha, ha! That's fine. That's just fine.
Guess what her name was, guess what her name was.
My name was Mary Marks that day that Benny bought his suit. But now I'm Mary Livingston and Mrs. Benny to boot.
Her name is Mary Livingston and Mrs. Benny to boot.
As Mrs. Jack Benny, Mary tried hard to forget the comfortable security she'd given up for a portable existence in hotels and trains, but she was pretty unhappy the first year, packing, unpacking, checking in, checking out.
Whenever Jack would play a town that Mary thought was swell, she'd find a nice apartment and fix it up real well. And just when she'd begin to think that they were there to stay, Jack would get a boating 1,500 miles away. One day he got an offer to do a Broadway show.
That's for me, said Mary. Just say the word. Let's go. We'll get a nice apartment near Central Park and then we'll hope and trust and pray we'll never have to move again.
So Jack assumed a starring role in Carol's Vanities, and they were sitting pretty as you please. But just when they had signed a lease and paid the bills they owed, the Vanities closed its New York run and went out on the road.
So Jack turned to radio as a solution to his problem. He auditioned and auditioned and auditioned to no avail. Finally, the New York columnist, Ed Sullivan, invited Jack to make a guest appearance on his program. A far cry from his familiar glow again, these are the first words that Jack Benny ever uttered on the air.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny talking. There will be a slight pause while you say, who cares? You know, Ed, I just got in from Hollywood, but I'm going back in a couple of weeks. I'm going to be in a new picture with Greta Garbo. They sent me the story last week, and it's a very novel idea. When the picture first opens, I'm found dead in the bathroom. It's sort of a mystery picture. I'm found in the bathtub on Wednesday night.
It wasn't long before Jack had his first sponsor, Canada Dry, and that was the start of a career almost unsurpassed in radio. He had swell help at first from writer Harry Carn, but in recent years his authors have been Bill Morrow and Ed Beloin. And let us not forget Harry Baldwin, Jack's faithful secretary, who's been with him ever since his early days in radio. Most of America listens on Sunday nights to hear the familiar strains of
J-E-L, hello to you. J-E-L, hello to you.
You'll hear this old familiar sound on every Sunday night.
when Jack Benny comes around to make your Sabbath bright.
J-E-L, hello to you. Means half an hour of fun, that's you.
He'll tell you how he killed them at a Wednesday matinee.
Complain about the awful salaries that he had to pay.
No matter what he talks about, you're glad to hear him say, J-E-L, hello to you. We must have music, so play, Phil. You're okay, Phil. You know the way, Phil.
He murders the English language and he panics all the dames.
He plays a kind of music a jitterbug exclaims.
And then he found out long ago you simply can't embarrass Phil Harris. We must have a singer, so sing, Benny. Your fans are many, so sing, Benny.
He's as Irish as a shillelagh.
Yeah, shillelagh.
And he hits the high C daily.
Yeah, daily.
Whenever Jack puts on a play, the boy that plays the menace is Dennis. We must have an announcer, so tell Don, do it well, Don, give him Don. He wears a suit to 65 and then he loves to kid him. It must have been those picture-racist flavors that undid him.
But when they need a man to push the Maxwell up the hill, son, it's Wilson.
We must have a comedian, so here's Mary, 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 quite contrary.
She reads the most outrageous poems that you have ever heard. And when she isn't doing that, she's giving Jack the bird.
The one who has Jack Benny on the verge of Harry Carey is Mary. We must have a butler, so bring on Rochester. I'm coming, boss. Bring on Rochester.
He's a dusty devil, but on the level, he's really a wonderful yes man. His main concern is he'd like to learn what happened to the gas man.
There's always a crowd around him asking for autographs. Jack and Mary do all the work and he gets all the laughs. The folks back in Waukegan, there's a sort of testimonial. Planted a tree for Jack one day in manner ceremonial. Now this may quite a hit with Jack, and proudly he was both, but the poor tree died.
Fred Allen says it's because the sap was on the coast.
J-E-L, hello to you. J-E-L, hello to you.
When Jack does his programs away from home, you may have heard him say just before signing off,
Good night, Joni.
Joni is his baby girl, and Jack carries her picture and brags about her just like any proud father. And so on his 10th anniversary of radio, we pay tribute to a man who has consistently topped the list of radio comedians. A man who has made the world laugh and laughed at the world. A man who still remembers the friends he made on the way up. Comedian, star maker, and good fellow,
Jack Benny.
Jack Benny.
Jack Benny. We say hello to you.
Thanks to NBC and you, Ken Carpenter, and to Gordon Jenkins for a swell job of directing. And thanks to all the others who participated. Really was a thrill, and I got a big kick out of it. I'm sure my cast did, too.
Here's a dessert, ladies and gentlemen, a really swell dessert that will please the eye and tease the taste. It's a grand springtime delight called Jell-O Cubes with strawberries. And what a rich, enjoyable treat it is. Full of tempting, tantalizing flavor, and one of the most colorful desserts you've ever seen. It's easy to make, too. Simply prepare one package of orange Jell-O as you usually do. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Next, cut into small cubes and arrange in sherbet glasses with sweetened sliced strawberries. Then serve either plain or with cream, and watch the whole family smile approval. For beguiling flavor, for sheer attractiveness, and for easy, inexpensive preparation, this new dessert hits the new high. So try it soon. And see if you've ever tasted anything more delicious than sweet, juicy red strawberries mingled with tiny shimmering cubes of golden orange Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 32nd program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. This has been a pretty hectic week for me, ladies and gentlemen. I have so many people to thank, I don't know where to begin. However, I would like to express my gratitude to those who appeared on the NBC program Friday night. Claudette Colbert, Herbert Marshall, the Quiz Kids, Eddie Cantor, Ed Sullivan, Ole Olson, Ed Thorgerson, and Aloys Hebrilla. Thanks a million. Well, Mary, I'm pretty tired. I think I'll go home. Where's my hat?
I threw it away. It doesn't fit you anymore.
Oh, yes. Good night, folks.
K-E-L-L.
We thank the Signal Oil Company for the services of Gordon Jenkins this evening.
Everybody loves a grand dessert, and featured on many dinner tables these days are Jell-O.
Wait a minute, Frank Bingman. Our Jell-O? Don't you mean is Jell-O?
Well, you didn't let me finish. What I was going to say was, featured on many dinner tables these days are Jell-O puddings. Jell-O, you know, is a delicious gelatin dessert. And Jell-O puddings are rich, luscious puddings, as smooth as cream, and simply unrivaled for mellow, melt-in-the-mouth flavor. So whenever you order Jell-O puddings in all three flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are really swell. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Most domestic problems start over a trivial matter. Today, Phil learns how much trouble a man can get into by just sitting down. More about that later, but first a word from RCA Victor. This Christmas, the most thoughtful present anyone can give is an RCA Victor television superset. A superset like the Covington, for example. It's the gift that keeps on giving. One that brings into any home a tremendous amount of pleasure and entertainment all year round. The Covington is a richly styled traditional console that will match any room setting. This 17-inch superset has beautifully grained doors and comes in a choice of fine finishes. On its big screen, you'll see the clearest, strongest pictures ever. That's because an extra powerful new circuit system brings you television with picture power and the best reception possible wherever you live. So buy the Covington in time for Christmas. And when you do, ask about a factory service contract. When you buy RCA Victor television with RCA factory service, you get television's greatest combination. Offered by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Phil has spent all morning in a business conference at NBC. It is now 1 o'clock, and he has just returned home a very tired man.
Oh, Alice, these business conferences are murder. All they do is talk, yakety, yakety, yak. I'm so tired of hearing people talk.
Well, then just take it easy and relax, dear. I'll tell you what. You sit in your easy chair, and I'll finish reading your book to you.
Oh, well, thank you, honey. Just wait till I get comfortable.
All right.
There. Go ahead and read.
Right. As he quietly tiptoed out of the briar patch, Uncle Wiggily came face to face with Grandpa Fox.
Is he a good man or a bad man?
A bad man, dear.
Golly, then Uncle Wiggily is in a predicament. Well, go on, Alice, read some more. Gee, this is exciting. I can't wait I just can't wait to hear it. Come back later. Uncle Wigglily's in trouble. He could have been dead before you rang that bell.
Come in.
Alice, why do you have to...
How do you do? I'm sorry to intrude, but I'm your new next-door neighbor. I just moved in. I thought it'd be nice if we got acquainted. Well, my name's Mrs. Stewart. I'm all the way from Iowa, and this is my first trip to California. I love California, don't you?
Well,
Of course you do. How could you help loving it? It's just an ideal climate, especially for raising children. You have children? I have 4. 2 boys and 2 girls and 3 cats. Oh, I know we're just going to love it out here.
Well, it's nice.
Where's she plugged in?
We drove out. You know, my husband's a salesman for Finster and Feinschreiber. They're the world's largest manufacturers of blue thread.
Do tell.
I'll be glad to. You should have seen all of us driving. There we were driving that small coupe. My husband, the children, the cats, 2 a Persian, 1 Siamese. Oh, I thought Tabby would throw a fit. He's usually very playful, but the trip was too much for him.
Oh, Tabby, is he Persian or Siamese?
No, Irish. Tabby's my husband.
Oh. Is he a good mouser?
You love Tabby. He just gobs of fun. He doesn't have a single fault except one. He smokes in bed. Someday he's going to set fire to something.
I think I know who he has in mind. Look, you'll have to excuse us, lady, but we were just reading.
Good for you. There's nothing like reading to broaden your mind. Well, only last night Tabby went to bed early, and I was sitting around scratching George's stomach when...
Hold it! Who's George?
One of my cats.
For a minute, I thought this was going to get entertaining.
You have a lovely home, Mrs. Harris.
Well, thank
it's
you.
so tastefully furnished. Every piece you have is simply exquisite. You know, if I were you, dearie, I wouldn't change a thing, not a single thing, except that chair. Ugh.
What's wrong with this chair? It's my easy chair. I picked it out myself.
I knew it. Leave it to a man to mess up a room. Men are so stupid. Imagine putting a chair like that in a room like this. It's a disgrace to spoil such beauty with a decrepit-looking object like... Mr. Harris, why are you walking around
Keep
me?
talking. I'm just looking for the handle.
What handle?
There must be some place they crank you up.
Oh, you sound just like my husband. He's always saying silly things like that, too. Oh, dear, look at the time. I must be going. My husband's taking me to the doctor for my throat.
What time is the cutting?
Well, I'll have to be running along. Oh, by the way, if you want to replace that chair, call my decorator, Mr. Conrad. He's excellent. Well, goodbye.
Bye.
Ooh-wee. Phil, what do you think of our new neighbor?
Well, I think she has a lot of gall criticizing my chair. After all, Uncle Fred sent it to me, and he has wonderful taste. You remember Uncle Fred? He sells bologna cakes in Grand Rapids. He's the one that's married to the girl with the ladder back and the piano legs, but she's so cute, and I think she's just gnarly.
Hey, Bill, you'd better stop talking like that or you'll strain your vocal cords.
Strain my vocal cords? Heinz should have his pickles as well cured. Stand back and listen. Called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. A rambling and a gambling man, I'm free every night. I eat a porterhouse steak 3 times a day for my board. More than any guy in this whole town can afford. I got a big electric fan to keep me cool when I sleep. A mattress stuffed with dollar bills to tickle my feet. My motto is meet 'em and leave 'em and cheat 'em and love 'em and break 'em in right. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. My house was built with pawn shop tickets, red, white, and blue. My clothes are made of tiger skins right out of the zoo. I got a lot of money in the bank, I made it myself. The hearts of all my girlfriends lying right on my shelf. The girls all turn and whistle every time I go by. But I'm pretty darn particular, I'm telling you why. I'm in there wheeling and dealing and really appealing and high as a kite. Come on, let's fly together, 'cause I'm rugged but right. Just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but fair. You cause me plenty worry, put some gray in my hair. You got the lips that sunk the ships of England, France, and Peru. But I'm just like Napoleon, cause you're my Waterloo. I'd like a 15-minute intermission in your Ford V8. Love to make it longer, but I got a late date. My morals have always been gone with the wind, so let's breeze it tonight. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. Don't overdo it, cause I really overdo it last night.
You know, Phil, I think Mrs. Stewart is right about your easy chair. It looks awful in this room, and I'm going to get rid of it.
Don't you dare. I'm warning you, Alice. You as much as touch that chair, and I'll disinherit you. I'll cut you off without a penny. No, in this family, that don't make sense.
All right, Phil, I'll compromise. I won't get rid of the chair. I'll just have it recovered.
But, Alice, I don't want it recovered. I like it the way it is. I'll get that. Fine thing. It's the only comfortable chair in the joint. It's my favorite seat. And now she wants to...
Hiya, Curly.
Oh, hello, Frankie.
What's the matter with you? I haven't seen you looking so low since they raised the price of bobby pins to $0.25 a card.
If you had my troubles, you'd look low, too.
What's the matter?
Alice wants to have my seat recovered.
Why recover it? Just wear a longer jacket. Nobody will know.
Wait. I'm talking about my easy chair.
Oh. Why don't you have them both done at the same time? Get a discount on it.
All right. I'm in no mood for jokes. I'm unhappy with Alice.
Well, if you're unhappy with your wife, why don't you tell her?
Well, it's not that important.
Well, I think it is. After all, you're my best friend. I'm not going to have any woman treating you that way. You're the salt of the earth.
Hello, Frankie.
Don't hello me, you old seat recoverer, you.
What's the matter with you?
Go ahead, Curly, tell her.
Tell her what?
How much you hate her. How you've suffered through the years living with this shrew. Her constant
Remley, will you cut it out?
I'm not finished. And another thing, Miss Faye.
My name is Mrs. Harris.
Not for long. We're getting a divorce in the morning. Our lawyers will call on you to arrange the financial settlement. Curly gets half of all your money.
Now, wait a minute, Remley. I don't want... Half? No. Alice, don't pay any attention to Frankie. I don't want a divorce. I just want you to leave my chair the way it is.
Oh, but Phil, it's an eyesore. Well, I'll leave it to Frankie. Frankie, take a look at Phil's chair. Tell me honestly, isn't it horrible?
On the contrary, I think it's very attractive. I love the way the faded green leather is offset by the brown cigarette burn. And the way the horsehair stuffing entwines itself through the chicken wire that holds the third arm on.
Now, wait.
It gives it a certain air of studied sloppiness.
Yeah. See, Alice, he's crazy about it.
Well, Phil, I'll tell you what. I'll call Mrs. Stewart's decorator, and we'll leave it up to him. If he agrees with me, I'll change the chair. If he agrees with you, I'll change the decorator. I'll go call him now and have him...
Wait a minute, Alice. That isn't fair. See what's happening, Remley? Being railroaded. Her decorator ain't going to like it.
Maybe hers won't, but yours will.
What do you mean, mine?
I know a decorator.
Oh, no.
I'll get him over here, and he'll say anything we want him to say.
Well, who is this guy? Is he a good decorator?
Good? He's the one who did my apartment.
Oh? Somebody did your apartment?
Well, of course. How do you think my furniture got arranged the way it is?
I thought your stove exploded.
Well, that helped a little. No, Curly, this guy's a great decorator, and Alice will have respect for what he says. We'll tell him to rave about the chair, and he will. You wait here, I'll call.
Okay. This'll fix Alice. I'll show her that I know
Well,
her.
Phil, I called Mr. Conrad, and he's coming over.
When'll he be here?
Right after my song.
You little pixie. You
What are you gonna do? You're so undecided. You say you do, and then you don't. You say you will, and then you won't. So what are you gonna do?
First you say you do, then you don't. Then you say you will, and then you won't. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? Now you wanna play, and then it's no. And when you say you'll stay, that's when you go. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? I've been sitting on a fence, and it doesn't make much sense, 'cause you keep me in suspense, and you know it. Then you promise to return. When you don't, I really burn. Well, I guess I'll never learn, and I show it. If you got a heart, and if you're kind, don't keep us apart, make up your mind. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do?
It seems that you keep slowly driving us crazy. We can't make head or tail out of you.
My mind's gone bad, I feel that everything's hazy. Don't know exactly just what to do.
What are you gonna do? First you say you do, and then you don't. And then you say you will, and then you won't.
I'm undecided now, so what am I gonna do?
Undecided. Now you wanna play, and then it's no. And when you say you'll stay, that's when you go.
I'm undecided now, I don't know just what to do. I've been sitting on a fence, and it doesn't make much sense.
'Cause you keep us in suspense, and you know it.
Then I'll promise to return.
When you don't, we really burn.
Well, I guess I'll never learn, and I show it.
If you got a heart, and if you're kind, then don't keep us apart, make up your mind. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? If you got a heart, and if you're kind, make up your mind, don't be undecided now. So what are you gonna do?
Yes? What can I do for you?
How do you do? My name is Conrad.
Oh, I'm so glad you were able to come, Mr. Conrad. Mrs. Stewart told me you're a good decorator.
Oh, good, madam. I'm the best. If you'll just bear that in your little blonde mind at all times, we'll have no trouble. Now, what is it you want done, please?
Well, I want your opinion on something in the living room. Follow me, please. Well, here we are. Now, what I want you to do is...
No, please, I shall decide for myself what's wrong.
Uh-huh.
Let me see. Now, I don't
Alice,
think that mold...
who is this?
Oh, I didn't see you standing there, Phil. I want you to meet Mr. Conrad, our new decorator. Mr. Conrad, this is my husband.
How do you do?
No, quiet, please, and lie down on the floor. You're obstructing my view of the room. Where was I? Oh, yes. I would suggest over here you put... Oh, no.
Oh, well, what's wrong?
That horrible monstrosity in the corner there. What is that broken down object? What do you call it?
Remley.
A Remley? I don't know what that is, but I would suggest you cut off the legs and we make a lamp out of it.
Curly, I got a feeling I'm not going to be happy with this boy.
Mrs. Harris, if we're going to make a lamp out of this, you're going to have to kill it first.
Mr. Conrad, there's something wrong with this room, and I want you to tell me what it is.
Oh, just allow me to look around, and
Mrs. Harris.
What?
Who put that dead horse next to the radiator?
That's my easy chair. And I happen to like it.
Well, I don't. Mr. Conrad, he sits in that horrible-looking thing every night, and it spoils the appearance of our living room.
It does not.
Well, we'll soon find out. Mr. Harris, would you mind sitting in your chair?
I'll be glad to. There. How's it look?
Oh, Mrs. Harris, I'm afraid you're wrong.
I am?
Oh, yes, it isn't the chair that spoils the room. It's your husband. He's completely out of place with the motif. I suggest you keep the chair and get rid of him.
Wait a minute. You want my wife to get rid of me?
Well, it'd be much cheaper than redoing the whole room. Frankly, that chair is impossible. It has no style to it.
What are you talking about? It's a genuine drunken fight. I've had this chair a long time, and I think it looks good right where it is.
Well, that's only because you're accustomed to it. You see, when you live with something for a long time, you get used to it and you don't see its faults.
He's right, Phil. For example, I've been living with you for 10 years and I love you. But a lot of people can't understand what I see in you.
An excellent simile, my dear. We could replace him with a Swedish modern.
Oh, Phil, why don't you give in? The decorator says the chair isn't right for the room.
That's what your decorator says, but I've got a decorator coming over, and let's see what he has to say first.
You had the audacity to invite another decorator. I'll not tolerate it.
Well, he's coming over, and you can't stop him.
Perhaps not, but if he so much as steps into this room, I shall spit right into his eyes. Who is this inferior decorator?
It's Frank Nelson.
Nelson? Oh, I know that charlatan. What did he ever decorate?
He did my apartment.
What else did he decorate?
Joe's Bar and Grill, the Skid Row pool room, and a city dump. And he did such a good job, you can't tell one from the other. Mr. Nelson happens to be, that must be him now. Come on, Curly, we'll let him in.
Now, wait a minute, Remley. Did you tell Mr. Nelson what to say?
Curly, it's all set. I told him as soon as he gets in the house, he should start raving about your chair. Hello, Mr. Nelson.
Oh, what a lovely chair! Tell me, where did you get it? I want to get one just like it.
Wait till you get in the house. You didn't even see it yet.
Oh, impetuous me.
I do like your enthusiasm, Mr. Nelson. Now, look, this is supposed to be for my wife's benefit, so be sure and do the same thing for her.
Oh, Phil. Phil, is that your decorator?
Oh, yes, it is. Mr. Nelson, I want you to meet Mrs. Harris.
Oh, what a lovely wife! You tell me, where did you get her? I want to get one just like her.
Nelson, please, will you wait till you get in the living room? Come on, follow us.
Now, look, Mr. Nelson, you see, we want your opinion on something, and I'm not going to tell you what it is, but as soon as you walk into the living room, it'll hit you right in the eye. Here we are. By the way, Mr. Nelson, one of your competitors is here. Mr. Nelson, I believe you know Mr. Conrad.
Yes. Are you still redoing the La Brea tar pit? Mr. Nelson, your presence here while I'm on the job is unethical. You're guilty of conduct unbecoming a decorator. And as president of our union, I shall thank you to turn in your fabric swatch book. You lay one finger on my swatch book, and I'll walk all over your wallpaper samples with my bare shoes. You do, and I'll take your color blending guide. You wouldn't dare.
Now, all right, fellas. Now, look, Mr. Nelson. As long as you're here, I want you to give your honest and unbiased opinion on a certain piece of furniture.
No, I can't do that.
Well, why not?
I have to tell you what your husband's paying me to tell you.
Ew, what a filth. Oh, honey, will you stop? Look, my guy likes it, your guy doesn't like it, and I think that it's...
home, I brought the groceries.
Oh, not him.
Oh, it's Julius. Hey, Phil, I'll make a deal with you. We'll let Julius decide about the chair.
Oh, you picked a good decider. He wouldn't like anything that belonged to me if it was made out of his mother.
Well, Phil, we won't even tell him it's your chair. Oh, Julius, come in the living room.
Here I am, Miss Faye. What do you want?
Well, Julius, we want your opinion on something. Now, tell me honestly, what do you think of that chair?
You mean that?
All right, kid, don't get hulky. What do you really think?
Well, after the first shock, it don't look bad.
You think it's beautiful, don't you?
I wouldn't say that, but it looks better than the rest of your crummy furniture.
Now, young man, this furniture is not crummy. Seedy, perhaps, but not crummy.
It's neither seedy or crummy. It only looks that way because it's cheap.
Now, wait a minute. I bought this furniture when I married Alice. I picked it all out myself, and I got some very nice pieces here.
Yeah, they are nice pieces. When are you going to put them together?
I don't stand for any more. This, Alice, you're going to stand there and let them knock the furniture that I bought you?
Well...
What do you mean, well?
Well, Phil, it was bought 10 years ago, and it's not new anymore.
Now, everybody's against me.
No, I'm not Curly. I'm on your side.
It's about time you started coming in. Where you been? Now, Remley, you don't think there's anything wrong with this stuff, do you?
Of course not. There's nothing wrong with this furniture that a good bonfire wouldn't cure.
You've got a good decorating mind, Mr. Remley.
Thank you.
Let's burn all this junk and start from scratch.
Wait a minute, you ain't burning my furniture.
Well, then we'll send it to the Salvation Army.
That's where he bought it.
Wait.
No, wait. I have an excellent idea. Let's redo the living room. Just the living room? Don't be a piker. Let's redo the whole house. Oh, splendid. I'll decorate it in Italian Renaissance. Are you crazy? This room just screams for Chinese modern.
I don't want Chinese modern.
He's right, fellas. This Indian would look silly in Chinese modern. I suggest we do it in early American. We'll put a teepee in that corner, hang the scalps over the fireplace.
No, please. This room is going to be Italian Renaissance. Chinese modern.
Early American.
Now, look, I don't...
You keep out of this, Mac.
But this is my house, and I have something to say about it.
I'll go in the other room and say it. Your voice annoys me. I was saying early American would be perfect for this. Mr. Harris, stand up against the fireplace.
But I don't
Don't argue. Stand against the fireplace. And rest your chin on the mantel.
What are you trying to prove?
Look, fellas, just as I thought. A perfect spot for a moose head.
There'll be no moose heads in this room. I like French provincial.
Ah, Rococo.
Well, we can't tell with all this furniture in here. The thing to do is get rid of everything in the house, and then we can decide.
Yeah, splendid suggestion. I have my truck outside. Let's start carrying things out. I'll clear the living room.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Hold
out of the bedroom.
I'll take care of the dining room and the bedroom.
Don't touch my chair.
Oh, but fellas, you can't take things out until
But
we
they're
have new
moving it.
furniture.
We'll order that today. You'll have it in no time. Let's hurry this stuff out.
Guys, honey, what is it? Alice.
What do you want?
How long are we going to live in this empty house? It's been 3 days since they took out our furniture, and all we've got left in the whole house is my easy chair and some old echoes. How come them decorators didn't take my chair, too?
They refused to touch it without rubber gloves.
Oh, Alice, this is all your fault. You started the whole thing, and I'm going to tell you...
Phil, please, don't pick on me. It's late, and I'm awfully tired. Phil, dear, will you do me a favor and move your chair to the bedroom tonight?
Nothing doing. I'm using it. You can sleep standing up like you did last night.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. If you're wondering what to give someone for Christmas and trying to think of something different, here's the solution. Give the gift that keeps on giving. An RCA Victor 45 automatic record player. It makes a wonderful Christmas present. One model in particular is perfect for everyone, and that's the Victrola 45 table phonograph. With its own speaker, this phonograph is complete within itself. and you've never heard recorded music brought to you with such true-to-life quality, so free of distortion. What's more, if you buy the economical Victrola 45 table phonograph now, you'll receive at no extra cost over $6 worth of RCA Victor hit record albums. In fact, over $6 worth of record albums are yours for the purchase price of any RCA Victor instrument that plays 45 records exclusively. So take advantage of this terrific Christmas offer, brought to you for a limited time only by RCA Victor.
Folks, this is Phil again. I hope you've remembered to buy Christmas seals and use them on all of your outgoing Christmas cards and packages. The big reason that tuberculosis is not the menace today that it used to be is due to the funds provided by your purchase of Christmas seals. Don't let TB stage a comeback. Use lots of Christmas seals this year. Thank you, and good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Lois Corbett, Hans Conried, and Frank Nelson. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air stars Tyrone Power on NBC.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world.
Command Performance!
Presented this week and every week till it's over. Over there. Get on the beam there, men. Here comes your personal radio show, Command Performance. Our opening letter is from Seaman First Class BRJ on a battleship somewhere in the South Pacific. He says,
Dear Command Performance, maybe I'm just an old deck swabber, but I've got a lot of young ideas. One of them's Betty Grable. I happened to read in the last Walter Winchell column I saw that Betty was keeping company with George Raft. Please tell Betty that we've got a nice big battleship. Why should she waste her time with a raft?
Well, brother, you've got something there, and we've got something here, too. She's yours for tonight. Fellas, Miss Betty Grable.
Thank you, Paul Douglas, and hello there, fellas. I told Mama not to wait up tonight because I'm going out short wave. I'm going out with all the fighting men in Uncle Sam's Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. And that's just about the biggest blind date any girl ever had. And I don't mind telling you boys that I'm carrying the torch for you. And so is that lady in the harbor back in New York. The studio here is so full of stars we could almost get along without lights. So I'd better start answering your commands. First, a salute to the boys of Unit 855, United States Marine Corps. The address is a military secret, but the letter is signed by M.D.G. Jr., who hails from Culpeper, Virginia. For him and his gang, we proudly present Miss Judy Canova. I hope you like it. I had a feller courting me for quite a spell, mid simple life of country folk. Now when he told me that he wanted to go away, my little heart it almost broke. I said, you know it's true, I love you best of all, so honey, don't you go away. Now just as he went to go, it grieved my heart, and so these words he heard me say. Darn, that's pretty. Some of these days, you're gonna miss me, honey.
gonna feel so good. You'll miss my hug, you'll miss my kisses, and you'll miss me, honey, when you go. Feel lonely, lonely. I'm blue, only, for you, honey. Oh, you've had your way, and that ain't hay. And when you leave me, I know they'll grieve me. You miss your little baby. I'm tired of being a scatterbrain. I'm gonna find myself a ball and chain. And when I do, you gonna miss me. What's some of these days?
Canova, that was swell. On our show of March 22nd, a very amusing man gave a lecture to sailors in which he discussed the facts of life. Apparently, he gives such valuable advice that you men have called him back for his second triumphant appearance on Command Performance. Robert Benchley.
Thank you, Miss Grable. This is a little talk that I'm going to deliver tomorrow to a group of young women about to enter a short course in nursing. I just want to see what you think of it. I may tear the whole thing up anyway. Young ladies, I'm going to say, if I say anything. Young ladies, I am happy to speak a few words of cheer to you on this your day of matriculation. Perhaps I shouldn't even have said that. Perhaps I shouldn't have started the talk at all. If you can't say a word like matriculation without... Well, anyway, I do feel, however, that a word or two of warning may not be out of place from an old man who has been very close to several nurses and vice versa. I like to think of us all as just one big family, don't you? First, there comes the problem of bathing in bed. I mean, of course, bathing the patient in bed. Well, let's look at it from another angle. Let's take the subject of changing the bedding after bathing the patient in bed. Now, as I see it, the problem is to get the bottom sheet out from under the patient without tossing him too far in the air or catapulting him on the floor on the other side. This can be done by calling his attention to something outside the window, counting 1, 2, 3, and then not changing the bottom sheet at all. He won't know the difference in a couple of minutes anyway. Now, once you've got the patient washed and the bed linen changed, there's a question of... I wonder if you'd like to hear something about the work we're trying to do among our boys up at our little camp in Silver Lake. I don't think it's generally known that most of our boys up there are between the age of 16. We feel that by taking the boy at this age, we can get him into closer touch not only with his parents, his school, and his lots of people, but also with the town in which he lives, the flag to which he pays allegiance, and to the town which he lives. I was talking on this subject only last week at our Uptown branch, asking for contributions for the camp, and at the conclusion of my talk, a little old lady, dressed all in lavender, came up on the platform, and placing her hand on my arm, asked, "What the hell did you do with all the money we gave you last year?" Well, I just laughed and pushed her off the platform. But I quote that only to show how much interest people are taking in our camp and how bright the future seems to be for it. Or did I say that? Well, anyway, to get back to what I was going to say to the young ladies who are training to be nurses. From my experience with nurses, I think that I'm right in making the suggestion that the nurse is likely to hang around the room too much. Is that right? I don't know. Nurses are often very charming young ladies. I say this entirely on hearsay. I never happened to draw one. I hear about these guys with beautiful nurses, but the one I usually get looks like whirl away with a cap on. Only kidding, Miss Tuttle. We now come to the subject of hospital bedroom equipment and its use. But I see that my time is about up, and so we shall have to postpone this section until our next meeting. Well, maybe the time isn't quite up yet, but it will be by the time I've announced that I will be in the vestry at the close of this talk for consultation with any of you young ladies who still want to continue nursing after what I've just said, and who would like to try getting this shoulder of mine back into place. In the vestry, and this goes for you too, fellas. What have I said?
Thank you very much, Bob Benchley. And now for 2 sergeants and 8 privates in the Field Artillery, APO 957, somewhere in the Pacific area, Command Performance presents the world's greatest trumpet player, Harry James, and his music makers. Back into the mailbag now, we find a letter from the gang at the U.S. Naval Air Station, Coco Solo Canal Zone. It is signed by ACH, who says, I suppose you're swamped with requests, and it will be some time before you get to mine. But I'll be waiting for Jack Benny. Well, ACH, suppose I refer your request to the heavyweight champion of microphonia, Don Wilson.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you. Gosh, she's beautiful.
You said it.
And now, fellows, we bring you a man who used to be a beautiful baby, Jack Benny.
Say, Don, When I smiled at Harry James, you see how worried Phil Harris looked? Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I like that beautiful baby introduction. Was that just a lucky guess, or did you have authentic information?
Well, Jack, when I was over to your house for dinner the other night, I took a peek at that old family album of yours.
Oh, Don.
And I must say you were a gorgeous infant. Were you really so good looking?
Well, I don't want to sound hammy or anything like that, but for the first 17 months of my life, I was a length ahead of Robert Taylor. In fact, I won 4 blue diapers.
I can imagine.
Say, Don, I'll bet you were quite a healthy-looking kid yourself, weren't you?
Well, Jack,
I could just see you as a baby, Don, bouncing your mother on your knees.
Yeah.
And I can hear your mother singing to you, "Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop."
Oh, she sure did.
That tree must have been a redwood. Well, anyway, I'd like to be a baby again. I really shouldn't keep talking like this, but I was about the cutest little Dickens in Waukegan. In fact, people from all around used to come to my father's meat market just to see me.
Meat market? Why, I thought your father ran a clothing store.
Well, Don, it was a combination meat market and clothing store. On Saturdays, we used to run a special, a pound of hamburger with 2 pair of pants. Oh, went over very big. I remember one time...
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
We were talking about me. Don just happened to mention that he saw my family album and that I was a beautiful child.
You beautiful?
Yes, I was. Not only that, I developed very quickly. When I was only 3 months old, I had 4 lovely teeth.
Well, you're right back where you started from.
We should get laughs like that on our own show. Always kills me. Now, listen, Mary. I have a full set of teeth right now. And with the exception of a little argument I had with a cab driver in Toledo, they're all my own.
And what's that price tag doing on the 3rd molar?
Don't be funny.
Say, Jack, did I hear you say that you had an argument with a cab driver in Toledo?
Yes, but of course that was years ago.
Well, what was the fight all about?
Oh, nothing. He just happened to say something I didn't like, and he hit me. Otherwise, Toledo was lovely.
Say, Don, when you were looking through that album, did you see the picture of Jack's uncle on the big white horse?
Yes, I did.
That was my Uncle Beaumont, you know.
And did you see the tree in back with the rope dangling from it and that big crowd of men standing around?
Mary, my uncle didn't steal that horse. That was just a scene from a Western movie he was making called The Code of the West. What are you laughing at?
I'll bet he never saw the preview.
He did, and he was a fine actor.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis. I didn't see you.
Oh, I was around here. I heard you telling everybody what a beautiful baby you were.
Well, Don brought up the subject. I'd never mentioned it. Have you got any cute baby pictures, Dennis?
None where I'm facing the camera.
Oh.
You know, Mr. Benny, I wasn't a very pretty kid, but I was as smart as a whip.
Smart, eh? I'll bet you were.
All right, you can laugh, but when I was 12 years old, I recited the Gettysburg Address.
At 12? What's clever about that?
Could Lincoln do it?
All right, Dennis, we won't go into that. But if you were so smart at the age of 12, what happened to you in the meantime?
I don't know. All of a sudden, everything went blank.
That's what I thought. Say, where's Phil?
Oh, he's around here somewhere. By the way, Jack, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but Phil's pretty sore about that crack you made at rehearsal.
What crack?
You know, when you told him that if he didn't like it here, he could go out and get his own program.
Oh. Well, gee, Don, I was only kidding. I didn't mean anything.
Well, Phil took it pretty seriously, and he said he's going to leave you.
Leave me? Why, I made the guy. Gee. When I picked him up, he was demonstrating curlers in a drugstore window. Say, Mary, did Phil say anything to you about this wild scheme of his?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes or no?
Yes, he told me, and no, I ain't going to tell you.
All right, I'm not worried about it. I can get another orchestra leader.
Matter with Harry James? That's bad, I suppose? Anyway, Phil ought to be loyal enough to discuss things with me before he takes any definite steps.
Hey, Jack, here he comes now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the boy?
Jackson. You know, Phil, it's cute the way you call me that every week, you know. Say, what's this gag I hear about you getting your own program?
It's not a gag. You and I have been fighting so much lately, I thought it'd be better to call it quits, that's all.
Oh, that's silly.
Silly nothing. You're just tough to get along with, that's all.
Who, me?
Yeah, sure. You're always flying off the handle.
I am not. I'm sweet and lovable.
And you're always yelling and shouting at me.
Shouting at you?
And you're always losing your temper.
Why, you baggy-eyed ingrate, I never lose my temper, and you know it. I love you, you louse.
Oh, sure.
Well, now listen to me, Phil Harris.
Gee, you think they were married?
Keep out of this, Dennis. Now, look, Phil, look. I'm not begging you to stay on this program.
And get up off your knees.
I'm not on my knees. Anyway, Phil, there's no use arguing about it. You can't leave me because we've got a contract.
Some contract. I supply the orchestra, and when people throw money at us, I have to split it with you.
Oh, how often does that happen? Maybe once in a fortnight. And another thing.
Oh, Jack, what are you beefing about? If Phil wants to go, let him go.
Certainly.
You can get Abe Lyman to take his place.
Oh, that would be fine. Abe Lyman happens to be the cab driver that punched me in Toledo. That's all I need.
Say, Jack, you know a lot about music. Why don't you form your own orchestra?
Well, maybe I will. Say, I could organize a darn good swing band, believe me.
If you do, I got a swell name for it.
Never mind.
What is it, Mary?
Jack Benny and his Cincolas.
Listen, Mary, I don't have to worry about getting a band together because Phil is only bluffing. If he went out on his own, where would he get a sponsor?
Don't worry about me. I've got a sponsor.
Oh, you have, eh?
Yeah, I'm going on the air for McMillan's Corn Plasters.
Corn plasters?
Yes, corn plasters.
Well, that fits. Half the time you're corny and the other half you're plaster. Anyway, Phil, if you're smart, you'd stay right here and try to be a little more... I'll answer it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Oh, you. What do you want?
Are you planning to come home for dinner tonight?
Well, certainly I am.
Well, if you want something to eat, you better bring some food home with you.
What are you talking about? There was plenty of food in the icebox when I left the house this morning. What happened to it?
In the which?
In the icebox. When I left this morning, it was just bulging with food.
Well, the swelling's going down now.
Rochester, did you throw another party this afternoon?
Well, come to think of it, a few of my friends dropped in for some tea and donuts.
Now, listen, if you just served tea and donuts, what happened to all those lamb chops?
Well, I ran out of donuts.
Yes?
So we bored holes in the chops and dumped them.
That's fine. Well, what happened to the big roast turkey that was in the icebox?
Oh, that was first prize in the bingo game.
Well, that's the last straw. Now, you just see that there's some food in the house when I get there.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
As long as you're coming home, will you bring my fan mail?
Yes, I'll bring it. Goodbye. Darn, that Rochester eats me out of house and home. Well, that's all for us, fellas. Good luck and give 'em hell.
Thanks a lot, Jack Benny and Company. Now a very nice letter from a very nice sergeant at Army Post Office, number 803A at Suriname, South America.
Dear Command Performance, I'm one of the many listeners to your program for the fighting men of the good old USA. You know, we fellas can't thank you enough for the wonderful work you're doing all for us. Our favorite singer is Mary Martin, and we'll be patiently waiting and listening for her sweet and lovely voice.
Well, Sergeant, you don't have to wait any longer. Here she is, lovely Mary Martin. Thank you, Betty, and thanks to the sergeant and all the other men in Uncle Sam's fighting forces who have invited me to appear on this program. If the Bing Crosby Show is within your listening range, you've probably heard Victor Borger's upper language. It's a new kind of talk based on the idea that since everything is higher today, all the numbers in the words we speak should be increased by one. Wonderful becomes touriful. Toupee becomes three-pay, and lieutenant becomes lieutenant, and so forth. One of our latest song hits carries out this idea. It's called My Tutiful Little Loodle Evidence. And with the assistance of the Music Maids and Hal and Harry James Orchestra, I'd like to sing it for you now. There's a handsome lieutenant and he's mine, oh mine. No word is high enough, no praise to the sky enough. So I had to raise all the work by one. He is much more than wonderful, so I add one. I call him beautiful, but one more than wonderful. In fact, he's just sweet divine. He is my beautiful little Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. He is my beautiful little Lebanon. He's the only truth I need. It's higher praises that he deserves, so I sing his praises in higher words. He is my beautiful little Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. Does he come from California? No. Does he come from 11th Street? No. Does he come from Washington? No. He comes from Timbuktu. It's higher praises that he deserves, so we sing his praises in higher words. He is my beautiful little Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. Well, fellas, Old Man Time is giving us the high sign, and it looks like my blind date with you is just about over. And when a gal has been shown a good time, it's customary for her to express her appreciation by extending her date the courtesy of a goodnight kiss. I don't suppose a shortwave kiss can be very effective, but it's the best I can do right now. So here it is. Oh, Colonel. Well, fellas, if we didn't get around to answering your particular request this time, keep listening. Your letter is probably here in the bag. And take it from me, that battle you're fighting out there is in the bag, too. This is Betty Grable thanking you for the date and reminding you that Hollywood turns out a lot of pictures. But for you, Hollywood just turns out. Goodbye now.
We're getting those letters, men, and their orders to us, because around here you're the GHQ. Keep on writing to the station to which you're listening, and Command Performance will fill your request. And listen, fella, for a time there, the Axis was getting pretty cocky. Right now, their worry is khaki. See you later.
Operator, this is Eddie Cantor. Connect me with Fink's Drugstore. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Fink's Drugstore.
Hello. Would you please run across the street and call Jack Benny to the phone?
Well, Mr. Benny happens to be here now, but you'll have to wait a minute. He's talking to the manager at the pinball machine.
Ah, that was a lucky one. 2 nickels, please. We don't pay off on tilts. Tilts? Listen, buddy, I play the game fair and square. I don't even lay my hands on the machine. What I do with my feet is pure skill.
Sorry, we have rules. We do not pay off on a pinball game unless the machine remains inside the store at all times.
But, Mr. Fink...
You shoved it so close to the soda fountain, you shot the last 3 balls into the molded milkshake.
Look, if that's the way you want to run your drugstore, I'll go elsewhere.
Please try to understand, Mr. Benny. I don't mind you shoving the machine a little. But you're not supposed to break the glass and put the balls where you want them.
was an accident. I dropped my handkerchief on it.
Your handkerchief?
Yes, I had my lunch in it. I come here just for coffee, not to eat.
Oh, all right. Here are your nickels. Mr. Benny.
Didn't even touch the thing.
You're wanted on the phone.
Oh, thanks. Help me get this pinball machine off my back. Accusing a guy of... Hello?
Jack, this is Cantor. I got your message to call.
Oh, yes, Eddie. This is urgent. I must see you immediately regarding a proposition.
Look, Jack, I'm not going to get stung with any more of your propositions. I didn't mind last month when you sold me that piece of property and told me it was a gold mine.
It is, Eddie. I tell you, miniature golf courses are coming back. But that's just a small deal. This position is big. It's tremendous. Suppose I come over and discuss it with you.
Look, Jack, I'm going on the air in a minute. I can't have you barging in on my program unless the sponsor gives us consent.
Okay, I'll hang around the drugstore until you hear from your sponsor. You can't afford to miss this
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor.
Everybody, how are you, Harry?
Say, Eddie, I overheard your conversation with Jack Benny. You know you don't need the sponsor's consent. Now, why don't you let him come on the program?
Harry, we've got a good thing here, haven't we?
Yes.
We're both eating regularly?
Yeah.
We get paid every week?
Well, what's all that got to do with Jack coming on our program?
Listen, if our sponsor finds out people are supposed to laugh, we're through, you know. Besides, Harry, I don't like to have him around. He's such a cheap guy.
Oh, no, Eddie, that's just a rumor. No, really, it's a rumor. I happen to know that for Mary's last birthday, Jack gave her a beautiful silver fox muff.
Silver fox muff?
Yes.
That was Benny's toupee with a zipper on it.
Eddie, you're exaggerating.
I'm
again.
not. That guy is really tight. Wednesday, he goes into a butcher shop and gets some liver for his dog. Thursday, he gets some hamburger for his dog. Friday, he gets bones for his dog.
Yeah, well, what's cheap about that?
Harry, he's got no dog.
Really, Eddie, I never thought Jack was that stingy.
He's always been that way. When Benny was a baby, he was weaned on a piggy bank. Believe me, Harry.
Oh, I have the phone there, Eddie.
Hello?
Anything new?
No, Jack. The sponsor hasn't called yet. Why can't you tell me about your proposition now?
Look, not over the phone, Eddie. It's too big, too important. Look, did John D. Rockefeller ever transact business over a phone? Did Rockefeller ever discuss million-dollar deals over a phone?
Yes, he did.
Well, who do you think I am, Rockefeller? Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, but Jack, I'm busy. Will you call me back?
Okay.
I don't know what to do with that guy. He is the...
Oh, hello, Miss Cantor.
Well, it's Hattie McDaniel. Hattie, I've been looking for you all day. Where have you been?
I've been substituting for Rochester over at Mr. Benny's house. Yes, they put poor Rochester in jail last night.
In jail? What for?
He smiled during a blackout.
You say he smiled?
Yes, sir. And the gold in his teeth lit up Hollywood Boulevard, Clara Glendale.
Tell me, Hattie, I'm anxious to know. You've been to Mr. Benny's house. Has he really got a piggy bank?
Oh, no, sir.
He hasn't?
No, sir. But he's the only man I know who's got a mattress that jingle, jangle, jingle. Well, Mr. Cantor, I'll be running along now.
All right, goodbye, Hattie.
So long. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Hello? Cantor speaking.
Oh, is this you, Eddie? I must have dialed your number by mistake. However, since you're on the phone, anything new?
No, not yet, Jack.
Well, I hate to bother you so much, but don't worry about the sponsor. I'll drop over later on. So long.
So long. Harry, I can't understand that, Benny. He is so... Come in.
Anything new?
Jack, why, it's Jack Benny. Well, Jack, this is real
wait a minute, Eddie. What do you mean, surprise? In the first place, I just got through talking to you on the phone. Last week, you announced that I was going to be on your program. I announced it on my show Sunday. It's been in all the radio columns. You've had 8 Pinkerton detectives following me for 5 days. Now, when I walked in here, why did you get so excited?
Well, look, Jack, let's not fool ourselves. If I didn't get so excited when you walked in, if I didn't say, why, it's Jack Benny, do you think you'd get such a big reception?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah? Well, Jack, I'm going to show you the difference. Walk out and come in again.
All right, I will.
Come in. Why, it's Jack Benny.
Now, about this proposition.
Jack, will you forget business? Forget business for a while. Business. I haven't seen you for so long, Jack. Let's just have a friendly chat.
All right.
Is it a money-making proposition?
Well, no, not exactly, no.
So how are you feeling, Jack? How are you? Gosh, it's good to see you. You know, I never see you, Jack. Of course, I listen to you every Sunday.
Oh, then you, Eddie, you did hear me mention that I was going to be on your program, didn't you?
Yes, Jack. That's the part I heard.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, and on your show, you also mentioned going to see the preview of your new picture, George Washington Slept Here. Did you actually go?
Yes, Eddie, I finally saw the picture.
Well, tell me, Jack, how is it? I mean, were you pleased with your work in it?
Well, Eddie, you know, I hate to bring it up in front of all these people. Look, let me tell you something. Now, Eddie, I'm not conceited. You know that, don't you?
Of course, Jack.
I mean, you've never heard me rave about myself, have you?
Never, Jack. Never.
Well, Eddie, I will amaze you in this picture. Now, look.
No kidding.
I really will.
Really?
I honestly believe that for the first time, the screen has captured the real me.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Jack.
And you know I'm not egotistical.
No. You know that. After all. Now, well, tell me more about it, Jack. I'm really interested.
No, Eddie, I'd rather not talk about it. I mean, people might think I'm swell-headed and over-enthusiastic, so let's drop it.
Okay. By the way, Jack, how is Mary?
Mary? Why, she's not even in the picture. You see, it's Ann Sheridan.
Oh, yes.
And, Eddie, I must tell you about one scene we have together. You see, Ann and I have been married for 3 years. And there's one scene in the garden that'll tear your heart out.
Really?
Oh, really. It's where I say to her, Connie. See, that's her name in the picture, Connie. My name is Billy Boy.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, look at it. No, but this scene is really beautiful. I say to her, now this is after we've been married, you see, for 3 years, you see. And we're out in the garden, and I say, Connie, this is our 3rd anniversary. Tell me, sweetheart, do you still love me? And as the moonbeams cast their magic spell over us, she looks into my eyes and softly whispers, no. Well, Eddie, I saw it and cried.
Yeah.
Really? And when a fellow as tough as I am can cry at his own picture, well...
Well, that must be a real dramatic highlight, Jack. Huh?
Oh, it is. Oh, well, enough about me and everything. Now, how's Ida? Did she see my picture?
No, she didn't. Tell me, Jack, how do you look on the screen? I mean, how do you photograph?
How do I photograph?
On the screen.
I'm glad you brought that up. Now, Eddie... I mean, you know me well. You know I never brag.
What?
I mean, you know that.
I know that, Jack.
Come here a minute.
Yeah.
Now, don't misunderstand what I'm going to say. You know. Now, look at... You've seen Robert Taylor on the screen, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, let's not talk
Oh, come on, Jack. Let me hear. I'm your friend.
No, I'm acting like a kid.
No. Jack, it's all right.
Drop it, Eddie.
No, let's kick it around some more. Then, Jack, from what you've just told me, you really feel that you've established yourself as a great screen lover?
Definitely. To tell you the truth, Eddie, I was so good in those love scenes that in my next picture, they're just going to give me a leading lady and a rumble scene.
Jack, I'd like to ask you something. You and I have been friends for a great many years, haven't we?
Oh, we've been pals, kid.
Well, I'd like to ask you something, brother.
What is it, kid?
Who's going to play the part of the rumble scene?
Listen, Eddie, not changing the subject, but look, I was awfully thirsty when I came in here. Is there any water around here?
Yeah, right out in the hall, Jack.
Thanks, Eddie. I'll be right back.
That's all right. What a ham. Harry, will you come here a minute?
Now, what it is?
Did you ever hear a man rave so much about himself? Did you ever see such a display of egotism?
No, Eddie, I must admit I never did.
Well, let me tell you something.
What?
I didn't want to mention this to Jack, but I saw George Washington slept by.
You really saw? Well, look, how does Jack photograph, Eddie? How does he look?
Harry, come here a minute.
Yeah.
You've seen Robert Taylor, haven't you?
Oh, sure. I've seen him in lots of pictures.
Then you know it can't be the camera.
Jack looks pretty bad, huh?
He looks... I'll explain it this way. Did you ever see a little girl about 6 years old when she gets into her mother's purse and puts on some rouge and lipstick?
Yes.
Well, Jack looked just like that, only he had a red arrow pointing to his dimple. Anyway, Harry... Oh, Jack! Jack, I was just telling Mary how anxious I am.
Harry.
I was just telling Harry how anxious...
Mary is home listening to the program.
I've been telling her to... Listen. I've been just telling Harry Von Zell how anxious I am to see you in your new picture, Jack.
Really? Yeah. Well, that can be arranged, Eddie. I'll leave a couple of passes for you at the box office.
Passes?
Yes. It won't cost you a cent. You just have to be there at the theater any time between 5 and 6 in the morning, and you can see the picture. It's a sort of an early bird matinee. You know?
Look, Jack, I'd like to see George Washington slept here, but I don't want to get there so early I have to wake him up.
All right, Eddie, I'll give you 2 swell tickets for tonight.
You'll give me?
Well, in return, I'd like to ask a small favor. Remember me telling you over the phone about a certain proposition?
Yes, that's it. Come.
Well, here's what it is.
Yes.
I am going to New York in a couple of weeks. You see, want to see the Brooklyn bombshell there. And I'm going to New York in a couple of weeks, and I'd like to take your whole cast with me.
That's the favor you...
Yes. Your whole cast.
Don't be ridiculous, my whole... I'm sorry, Jack, but it's no deal. Listen to me, kid. You keep your show and I'll keep mine.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. If you say no, that's the end of it, Eddie.
Glad we understand each other. Now, look, Jack.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Why, yes, Dinah. Come in, Dinah.
You're wanted at the state store, Mr. Cantor.
Thanks, Dinah. Jack, you know Dinah Shaw.
Oh, sure. Hello, Dinah.
Hello.
I got to run. I can't let you have any of my cash, Jack. You asked me and I told you, and that's the way it... Shall it be that way? You told me not to.
I'll see you later. Dinah.
Yeah.
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Come here a minute, will you?
Okay.
Look, Dinah.
Yes?
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Dinah, are you happy here? I mean, are you satisfied with what you're doing and for whom you're doing it?
Well, what do you mean, Jack?
I mean, wouldn't you rather broadcast on Sunday than on Wednesday?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, look what it does to your whole week. Look, when you broadcast on Wednesday, let me show you. You broadcast on Wednesday, then all of a sudden comes Thursday and Friday. The first thing you know, your weekend is shot. Then all of a sudden comes Monday and Tuesday, and you're working again. Whereas, when you broadcast on Sunday, you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday all to yourself. It's wonderful.
But, Mr. Benny,
No buts, Dinah. I'm determined to have you work for me. Now, I'll tell you what. I'll pay you twice as much as you get from Cantor. Now, how much does Eddie pay you?
Well...
I know how you feel, Dinah. I know how you feel. Just whisper it to me. How much does he pay you?
He pays me,
Look, Dinah, if you work on Sunday, it'll ruin your whole week. Sing.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the one that used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. I'm dreaming of the white Christmas with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be
I wonder what Cantor really pays her there.
Did you say something, Mr. Benny?
Why, no, Harry. I was just... Oh, say, Harry.
What?
Come here a minute, will you?
What's the matter?
Harry, are you happy here?
Yes, I'm very happy here.
Oh, I mean, are you happy in California? Don't you get tired of all this sunshine? Wouldn't you rather go back to New York and step into a nice, slushy gutter?
What are you driving at?
Well, would you be interested in coming back to New York with my show?
Well, what about Don Wilson?
Oh, Don's all right, but with the meat rationing, I'd like to get a smaller announcement. And he's so unreasonable. Why offer to pay his fare back to New York, but he refuses to sleep in an upper berth?
Oh, well, that is unreasonable.
Of course it is. After all, how much room does Dennis Day take up? What do you say, Harry?
Well...
Come with me, we'll get a million laughs.
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, I'd rather stay here and get a million smiles.
You rather get smiles?
Yes, I would.
How do you go about it?
That's very simple. Do it like this. Ladies and gentlemen, to help get a smile you can be really proud of, decide now to change to Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. Because firm, healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And Ipana toothpaste is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it's especially designed to help stimulate and strengthen gums, to help keep them from becoming susceptible to gum trouble. So, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you follow this simple, helpful routine?
Regularly brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertips and massage it on your gums.
So get a tube of Ipana from your druggist tomorrow. And remember, the government says we can't buy toothpaste of any kind without turning in an empty tube. So don't forget to take an empty metal tube of some kind with you when you ask for your Ipana toothpaste.
Oh, Dinah, where's Jack Benny?
He went into your dressing room to comb his hair.
That's silly. Could have left it here and I'd have combed it.
Mr. Cantor, maybe I shouldn't mention this, but, well, Jack Benny's been trying to hire me for his program.
What?
And Harry, too.
No.
Yeah.
After I won, I'll fix him and I'll fix him good.
What are you doing, Mr. Cantor?
He said he's in my dressing room?
Yeah?
I'm going to phone in there and pretend that I'm Rochester.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny? Is it Rochester, boss? I'm quitting. I got a very lucrative offer from Eddie Cantor.
Well, of all the cheap tricks, the minute my back attorney tries to steal my cash, you can't trust anybody these days.
Ain't it the truth?
Rochester, you're making a big mistake going to work for Cantor. Why, he'll never pay you as much as I owe you. Rochester, working for me, you got a future. Why do you want to leave?
Frankly, boss, I'd rather work for a younger man.
Younger? Why, Cantor's old enough to be my father. And if I was a girl, he probably would be. Rochester, your mind's made up. I mean, you finally decided to leave me?
That's right. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Cantor.
He knew it all the time. Well, I'll go into the dressing room now and find out exactly what he's
Now, if I could only find someone here who isn't loyal, a guy that would stoop to anything, a complete stinker.
How do you do?
Comrade, I am your man. For 12 years, I've been working for Cantor, and now...
Yes?
I am revolting.
You certainly are.
Thank you.
Russian?
Yes?
I'll give you a contract if you're sure you want to quit Cantor.
Why shouldn't I quit him? He's no good. He's a crook. He's a heel.
Aha!
And I love him. He's like my own brother.
Russian, don't let him tempt you with money. Even if you do work for Benny, you can't get above the $25,000 ceiling.
Working for you, I can't even get off the floor. My ceiling is zero.
Oh, stop, will you?
Mr. Benny, I've decided to work for you at my very lowest figure.
What's that?
Nothing.
Russian, I don't understand. You've been with me so long. Why do you want to leave me to go to work for Jack Benny?
Because I like him. I owe him a debt of gratitude. You see, many years ago, back in Moscow, I am sitting with my girl. We are tuning in on the radio, and we are hearing... Love in blooming. I am holding her hand. I can smell the chrysanthemums right in the air. And then, my dear friend, I propose. Mr. Benny, that's why I am grateful to you.
You mean your girl said yes?
No, the music was so bad she killed herself. Thank you.
Harry. What's the matter? What's wrong? What's the matter?
Nothing the matter, Eddie. Don't you get it? Now listen to me here.
What is it, an imitation of Donald Duck?
No, it's not either. I'm practicing to be a ventriloquist. Shirley's been teaching me.
Oh, you mean Shirley Dinsdale, a little 15-year-old ventriloquist?
Yeah, and when she comes back next week from San Francisco, she's going to give me my second lesson. And after that, I'll come up to the microphone, and without even moving my lips, I'll be able to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's worth your while to know how much faster Sal Hepatica helps you feel better when you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative. Because then Sal Hepatica brings speedy, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you don't have to put off till night taking the laxative you need in the morning. You don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. Sparkling Sal Hepatica has this advantage, too.
Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. And any time you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny on his violin and me with my golden voice give you our interpretation of Ida. Sweet as apple cider, sweeter than all I know. Take it. Come out there in the silvery moonlight, of love we'll whisper, so soft and everyone should use Ipana. That's the wish of Eddie Cantor. Same goes, can't live without you. Listen, oh honey, you. I idolize ya. I long to love ya. Ida, need I?
Greatness flakes are good and crunchy for your breakfast or your lunchy.
Love ya, Ida, need I do? Good night. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And please don't forget the two products that make this program possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. Now, remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling, ladies and gentlemen.
Gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Oh, what makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and the smell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream, Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Who Put That Dream in Your Eye?
Who put that dream in your eye? And who put that song in your sigh? Who makes you thrill through and through? Who is that lucky guy I wish I knew? Please tell me who put that spring in your wall? And who put that lilt in your call? Your kiss could put me wise and make me realize that I put that dream in your eyes.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested. And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Secret that with the cost of living what it is these days, many of us are beginning to feel the pinch. But on the salary our young hero makes at Willoughby's store, he's almost completely black and blue. It's no wonder, then, that for months he's been looking for a job in his spare time in addition to the one he already holds. The wonder is that he seems finally to have found something. And flushed with excitement, he's just telling his girlfriend Mildred all about it, only to have his joy cool perceptibly at her none too enthusiastic reception of the news.
Well, gee whiz, Mildred, is that all you're going to say? I thought you'd be thrilled.
Well, maybe I should be, Dennis, but you see, you know so little about radio.
But there's big money in radio, Mildred. You take a fella like Jack Benny. I'll bet he makes upwards of $100 a week.
Well, yes, of course he does.
And that's for himself after he pays all his employees. I mean, like that girl Mary and the fat fella and Rochester and that very funny boy singer.
Benny's an actor, Dennis, a star. And you're just going to sell time for a local radio station.
Sure, and I'll make a fortune, because every merchant in Weaverville would jump at the chance to sponsor a brand new idea for a radio program. And that's just what I've got.
Well, you really have?
On just a regular serial, like Today's Children or something. You know.
About a department store detective? No, I don't.
Sure you do. It's called David something or other, Counter Spy.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Well, then I got a better idea. Put on a serial, sure. But base it on someone who lives right here in Weaverville. And the first person I thought of was you.
Me?
Sure. I even had the title. Just plain old Mildred Anderson, girl, female.
Oh, Dennis.
And then I realized I'd have to bring in this home, the relationship between your mother and father, so I threw it out.
Why? Why?
And then I thought of my boss. What about a serial, I asked myself, called Mr. Willoughby Faces Life?
Well, that doesn't sound too bad.
No, I decided it wouldn't work. Life would get all the sympathy.
Oh, I see.
And then, like a ton of bricks, it hit me. Why just one Weaverville character? Why not a serial based on everyone in town? You, me, Mr. Willoughby, Mr. Courtney, the banker, that old gossip, Mrs. Dolan, the butcher, the baker, everyone.
Oh, golly.
What an idea. I couldn't believe I had thought of it. I went right over to the mirror and kissed myself. Isn't it wonderful, Mildred?
Well, yes, I guess it is.
Why, girl, what is it? Have you no confidence in me?
Oh, yes, of course I have. Deep down inside.
Then let's dredge a little, shall we?
Dennis, it's just that, well, you're going to have to sell this thing to put it across, and every time you've tried to sell anything in the past...
Oh, you're looking at a new man, girl. I just, if there is. Don't be a chump. Be a chum by Arthur Almquist.
Oh? You're sure this Arthur Almquist really knows something about salesmanship?
I'll say. He sold me the book.
Well, what does he say about selling?
Well, he says that the whole secret is in friendliness. A salesman's got to make other people his equal.
Oh, I guess you can do that.
Sure, but it'll be quite a come-down for most of my customers.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, anyway, the idea is to be a hail fellow well met. Call the prospect Kiddo or Buster or Sonny Boy or Junior or some name like that. He says it works every time.
And you think he's right?
Sure. This fellow knows what he's doing. Oh, wait a minute. I hear your mother coming downstairs. Watch. I bet I even get a friendly smile from her.
Well, that's the test, all right. I hope... Good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Mildred. Dennis.
What do you say, Buster?
Buster?
Oh, pardon me. Wrong sex. What I meant was, how's it, kiddo?
Oh, Dennis, be careful.
Oh, just a friendly pat on the back, that's all. My pal and I understand each other, don't we, kiddo?
If I thought we did, I'd be on my way to a psychiatrist this minute.
Why, chum, that's no way
Don't you chum me, Dennis Day. And if you ever lay a hand on me again, I'll bet they'll acquit me.
Gee, that didn't work out as well as I expected.
Are you going to give it up?
Well, it's merchants, and I got to get my foot in the door with that radio. I just hope now that I don't come home with my whole leg in a cast.
And so off our hero goes to the store, hoping to take the town by storm with his new radio program. But a storm is already brewing down at Willoughby's, a storm of an entirely different nature. we find Dennis's boss engaged in a most serious discussion with Herbert Anderson.
But good heavens, Herb, don't you realize what could happen if those minutes of our lodge meeting got into the wrong hands?
Yes, of course I do, Homer. I've looked everywhere. I just can't find them.
Well, you've got to find them. If it ever gets out that we've had entertainers like that Flossie, what was her name?
Flossie LaFleur, the flame of amour.
Yeah.
When she poses, no one dozes.
Fine stuff for our wives to read. I tell you, if those lodge minutes aren't recovered, there isn't a bald eagle who will ever fly again.
But it was only harmless fun.
You think our wives will believe that? All they have to know is that we had Flossie LaFleur and her 12 little pepper pots entertaining.
6 little pepper pots, Homer.
Oh, really? I thought there were 12.
I know. That was the night you were the wine steward.
Oh. Herbert, you didn't... That book doesn't tell about the imitation Flossie did of Al Jolson, does it?
I'm afraid it does. 5 whole lurid pages of it.
Oh, no.
I even wrote how she sang, "Climb upon my knees, sonny boy," and you did your best to.
Oh, Herbert. I wasn't the only one. The entire lodge wanted to be Sonny Boy.
I know.
Yeah, what about you? When she sang, "How I love you, how I love you," didn't you put a glass of water on your head and claim you were the dear old Swanee?
Yes, I was full of the old Ned that night. Oh, we'd better find that book, Homer. I'm going home and have another look.
Yes, you do that. And if you don't find it, I'll have the Lodge Hospital Fund standing by for disbursements.
Good morning. Oh, hi, Mr. Anderson. What are you doing down here?
Oh, just a little business with your boss, Dennis. I'll see you later, Homer.
Well, Dennis...
What do you know, Willoughby, old pal, old chum, old sock? How's my old pally pal?
Dennis, I don't feel so well today. I just...
Oh, don't worry. I'll cheer you up. Have I got a proposition for you, sonny boy?
What was that?
I say, if I got a proposition...
No, I mean, what was it that you called me?
Sonny boy.
I see. You got that out of a book, huh? A certain book.
As a matter of fact, I did.
Yeah. Sit down, Dennis.
Oh, sure. Gee, thanks, pal.
Okay, what's the proposition?
Well, I got a great idea for a radio program, kiddo. Oh, mammy, is this an idea?
Please, don't...
It's a brand new type of show, all about the lives of certain people right here in Weaverville. Can you imagine the effect of a broadcast like that coming right into your own home?
Easily.
Then why not be one of my sponsors? It'll only cost you $50, old pal, old chum.
Here's the 50.
But just let me point out the advantages. Beg pardon?
I said, here's your $50.
Bless you, PS9, for teaching me how to read.
I, on the other hand, detest PS9.
Huh?
However, consider me signed, sealed, and delivered.
Oh, great. Now, let's see. There ought to be some other good prospects in town for a thing like this, don't you think?
Just walk up to anyone on the street who's wearing pants.
Yeah? Well, how about Mr. Courtney, the banker? Of course, the bank has never advertised before.
It will now.
Gee, you've got as much faith in my salesmanship as I have. Well, so long. Keep your chin up, sonny boy. Ah, here he is now. Hiya, Courtney, old kid, old pal.
Hey, aren't you Willoughby's boy?
Yep, just telling your secretary here I wanted to see you, Pally.
I have no time now. I'm on my way to lunch. Respect. Goodbye.
Well, you'll be sorry if you don't listen to what I have to say, sonny boy.
What was that?
Gosh, what a broad jump.
Never mind. Did you just call me Sonny Boy?
Yeah, it's a little thing I read in a book.
Let's step into my office where we can talk in private.
Gee, every boy should be given a copy of that thing when he graduates from college.
All right, Dave. What have you got in mind?
Well, I've got an idea for a radio broadcast, pal, and it's a beauty.
I see.
Let me show you the advantages of sponsoring it.
Don't bother. I think I can see them all.
You mean I've talked you into it already?
Naturally.
Boy, am I a persuasive little cuss.
Here's $50 in cash. Will that be satisfactory?
Sure thing. This just shows what can be done when you've got a good product.
If I had a product like yours, I'd close the bank and retire.
Well, I always knew I'd make a good salesman. So long, and thanks, sonny boy. Boy, oh boy, Mildred, I'm telling you never saw anything like it. What a book that is.
Oh, Dennis, it's just too marvelous. You actually collected $100 in cash?
In lettuce. Nice, cool, green root of evil.
Oh, golly, just by being friendly.
Yep, just by doing what the book says, palling and kiddoing people. Although I must admit that Sonny Boy has been by far my best seller.
Oh, Dennis, now you can put on your radio program.
Sure. I've already gone down to the radio station and bought the time with their money.
Oh, golly, it's just... Dennis, look. There's Mr. Courtney and Mr. Willoughby at the door.
Well, my business associates. Hey, maybe you better wait in the den, Mildred. We're big men, and this may be a pretty big deal.
All right, Dennis. Good luck.
Well, come in, gentlemen. Come right in.
We want to talk to you, Dave.
Right this minute.
Well, sure, but why so serious, pal? Chums? Kiddos? Honey boys? Ha, the old icebreaker. Sit down, Busters.
Dave, I'll come right to the point. We've come over to make a deal with you.
Yeah, how about $200 in cash?
You mean you want to give me more money without my even asking for it?
Exactly.
Boy, what a salesman I am. Even when I'm not selling, there's a carryover.
We want that book, Dave.
Book? You don't mean the one I got that Sonny Boy stuff out of?
You know that's what we mean.
Oh, I couldn't part with that. It's my stepping stone to success.
So, playing it cagey, huh? Well, we'll see about that.
All right. What is it you want, boy? A good raise in salary? Homer will give it to you, won't you, Homer?
Certain. Does that satisfy you?
Well...
Maybe you'd like a change in jobs. There's one waiting for you in my bank. How about it?
Well...
Or perhaps you'd be interested in public office. The Bald Eagles will get behind you for city council.
Well...
Or mayor. How would you like to be mayor?
Come, boy. Why don't you speak up?
You think I'm crazy? I'm doing great with well.
Dennis, you can see that we're desperate. Now, do we get that book?
Oh, gee, I guess you do. I couldn't do it.
Well, my gracious, what in the world's going on here?
Herb, our troubles are over. We've got the book.
Well, of course. Didn't you get my message? I found it.
What?
Sure. It had slid down back of the seat cushion in the car.
Now, about this city council job...
Drop dead.
Why, chums, Sonny boys, buddies.
Quiet, you.
My goodness, has our buddyship cooled?
I'll say it has. And I'll thank you for that $50 I gave you.
Yeah, mine too.
But, kiddos, I already gave the whole $100 to the radio station.
Then get it back.
But I can't. Radio stations have very high principles, and not giving money back is one of their highest.
Dennis, we want that money.
I think I better get out of here.
Day, either we get that money, you'll spend the rest of your life in jail.
Gentlemen, please. You're biting the hand that's raised to leave the room.
I think you understand us, Dennis. Come on, fellas, let's get that book right now and burn it.
I'll say. Come on,
Hey,
Herb.
but palsy. Gee, what a life to live. Sometimes I wish I'd never gotten over the measles.
Oh, Dennis, I heard it all. I just...
Stay away from me, girl. I'm jailbait.
But you aren't. All you did was agree to put on a radio show. If you do that, they can't do anything to you.
But all that's paid for is the time. How can I put on a radio program without actors? Actors want money. They eat just like people.
You and I could be the actors, Dennis.
Huh? Well, what kind of a show has only 2 actors?
Did you ever hear one of those breakfast programs? You know, where the husband and wife chat over the breakfast table?
Oh, yeah, with their mouths full. But that kind of show would have to come from this house, and what would your mother say?
Well, Mother and Daddy will still be asleep at that hour. They don't have to know anything about it.
Gee, Mildred, I don't
Dennis,
know.
it's our only chance. Besides, maybe we'll be a big success. We can even mention some products on the program in hopes of attracting sponsors.
Gosh, it might work at that.
Of course it might, and it's simple. We just act like any married couple at breakfast.
Yeah. I hope the rustling of the morning paper and the grunts come over clearly.
Now, don't get nervous, Dennis. We go on the air as soon as the light flashes. You better clear your throat.
Gee, I don't think I can. My heart's in it. I thought sure those engineers would wake your mother up with that hammering when they put in those cables. Gee, Mildred, besides, we don't even know what we're going to say. We haven't rehearsed yet.
Well, just let me lead the conversation. All you have to do is help make the audience think we're actually at the breakfast table.
Okay, I'll chew like anything.
Oh, no, just ask me to pass things. You know, the way you really do with my mother every morning.
You mean I should beg you for an egg?
Dennis, use your imagination and make them think we're eating a wonderful breakfast. Wait, oh, my gosh, there's the light. Go ahead.
Good morning, friends. This is just plain charming Dennis and Mildred coming to you from their lovely breakfast table, which is the same as their lovely lunch table, only sooner. Good morning, Mildred, darling. Sleep well?
Oh, I always sleep well on our Dreamtime mattress, dear. And you?
I tossed and turned all night. Couldn't sleep a wink.
Oh, no, Dennis. No one ever gets a poor night's rest on a Dreamtime mattress. The Dreamtime mattress is built with a special inner spring.
Maybe that's what kept sticking in my back.
Dennis, the product, don't you remember?
Oh, yeah.
A cigarette, dear?
Huh?
Thank you, ma'am. At Margaret, at Margaret after Margaret, I've seen the buyers of this brand. This milder brand, and every one of them is a man or a woman.
Dennis, I think maybe we better eat our breakfast, dear.
Well, certainly, darling. Would you mind passing the wild pheasant, please?
Why, yes, and here are some delicious scrambled eggs.
Oh, no, thanks. Just a little pheasant and a few frog's legs will do me fine.
Well, just as you say. Did you stop in and see Francis and Jean on the way downstairs this morning?
Why, no. Are they visiting us again?
There are children, darling.
Oh, then they're here permanently, no doubt.
Yes, of course.
I'm glad, because Francis and Jean certainly are cute little boys.
Yes.
Good.
I had Jean to the dentist yesterday, you know.
Oh? Something to do with his teeth?
Yes.
Good for you. There's nobody I'd rather have fix my teeth than a dentist. But where was Francis while you were out with Jean?
Well, he was with my parents.
Ah, yes, the dear, sweet old things. Your mother is just grand, Mill.
Oh, and she certainly thinks the world of you.
Yes, she worships the ground I walk on. I often think that...
What silly imbecile was doing the hammering just now? You, Dennis Day?
Well, if it isn't that delightful old lady, Mildred's mother.
What's that?
Sit down. Sit right down, Mommy, and shush.
Shush? I'll shush you. Who do you think you're talking to?
Oh, Mother, please.
Yes, Mommy, dear. If we ever needed a shush, it's now.
Dennis Day.
Shush, you might wake Francis.
Francis? Who's Francis?
Oh, I forgot. It's a family secret.
Just who is this Francis?
Well, he's your grandson.
My grandson?
Yeah, we've been keeping little things from you, Mommy.
I have no grandson, and you know it. And if I find out which one of you just kicked me under the table, I'll beat the life out of Dennis.
Mother, please have a cup of coffee, won't you?
Yeah, and a nice slice of pheasant. Help yourself, Mommy.
Are you crazy? There's nothing on this table except... Wait a minute. What is this thing with the wires attached? Why, it's a microphone.
Yeah. See now, why, shush.
Do you mean that everything we've said has gone out over the air?
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure we were fated long ago.
Dennis Day, you...
Goodbye, everybody. We're a little late this morning. Goodbye.
Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the beautiful ballad, How Lucky You Are.
As you walk, as you talk with the one you love, do you know just how lucky you are? When you stroll hand in hand the moon above, does your heart sing how lucky you are? There's so many heartaches in this world of ours, but sometimes a dream will come true when the one that you love is in love with you. That's the greatest of blessings I have. And you don't know how lucky you when you stroll hand in hand, see the moon above, does your heart sing how lucky you are? There's so many heartaches in this world of ours, but sometimes a dream will come true when the one that you love is in love with you. That's the greatest of blessings I have. And you don't know how lucky you
Dennis Day is brought to you every Wednesday by the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. 1, fragrantly clean. 2, glistening with sheen. 3, soft, easy to manage. Luster Cream is not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo. A blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, only $1. At all cosmetic counters. Also in smaller sizes. Be a dream girl. A lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to join us again next week for another Dennis Day Show, brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Ladies and gentlemen, if infantile paralysis should strike your child, it would take more than luck to save him from the life of a cripple. Only the best medical care can help your youngster. Your contribution to the March of Dimes enables the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis to guarantee all the medical treatment possible to help restore polio victims to healthy, active lives. That's why it's important to give generously to the March of Dimes. That's why it's important to give now. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
The halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Today is the windiest day of the windiest month of the year here at Ivy. It's also the day chosen by the members of Ivy's Board of Governors for their quarterly meeting. Let those who will make the most of this coincidence. Ivy's president, Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, is out walking this afternoon with his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English musical comedy stage. As they round the corner of the library, Mrs. Hall says,
"There's Mr. Wellman.
Where?
Over there, heading this way.
Oh, yes.
That's really a remarkable strut he has.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, look at him, look. He's marching four abreast all by himself.
I sometimes wonder, Victoria, if we're not a bit too hostile toward Mr. Wellman. You know, there's much to be said in his favor. He began life as a poor boy and pulled himself up by his own bootstraps. He's now a power in the canned soup business and chairman of our Board of Governors. You've got to hand it to him.
I know. If you don't, he just reaches out and grabs it anyway. He seems to be smiling. A beastly little smile. Like the canary who swallowed the cat. Yeah. Probably just thought of something to make the board bedevil you.
Now, Vicky, we mustn't judge him too harshly.
You haven't had a change of heart about him, have you?
Victoria, Mr. Wellman has often been arrogant and discourteous to me. He has occasionally been mean and spiteful. Nevertheless, there is something about the man that renders him, in my eyes at least, obnoxious.
Well, thank heaven. I thought for a moment you were ill.
But I've been wondering if perhaps it wouldn't be better for the school if I tried to establish a friendlier relationship with him. What would your reaction be if I invited him to dinner this evening?
My usual reaction. My shoulders would sag with delight. Oh, please don't invite him, Todd. I never know what to talk to him about.
I've always considered you a tower of strength conversationally.
When Mr. Wellman is present, I'm a tower of jello. Let's not rush into it.
All right, my dear. Another time, perhaps.
Yes, later in the spring when the passenger pigeons return.
Darling, the passenger pigeon is extinct.
How nice.
At any rate, I see no reason why I shouldn't offer him an olive branch, do you?
None, except he's liable to bash you about the head with it.
No, I think I can be relied upon to make him accept it in the spirit in which it's offered. If I say so myself, I'm a pretty good diplomat. You know, the even temper, the retort courteous, the subtle flattery subtly conveyed. I have them all at my command when I set my mind to it. Hall the Charm Boy, they used to call me. Now, you just watch me melt away his hostility. Good afternoon, Mr. Wellman. I couldn't, but...
It's you, Hall. Mrs. Hall?
Yes, as I watched you coming toward us, I couldn't help thinking that much of your success must be due to the resoluteness so apparent in your walk, with which you approach any task, even an ordinary meeting of the board.
This isn't going to be an ordinary meeting, if I can help it. Far from it. Have you seen today's newspaper?
No, I haven't.
Here, read that. Read that.
I see. You're going to liven it up a bit, are you? Play a few practical jokes, eh? Oh, clever, very clever.
What? What are you talking about? What are you reading?
Listen, Vicky. Now on sale, largest collection of itch powder and dribble glasses in town. 1 million laughs.
No, not the advertisement. The column next to it.
What?
What is it?
Town council passes resolution condemning vice on Ivy campus? How dare they perpetrate such an outrageous insult?
The point, Dr. Hall, is how you dare permit such a condition to flourish here at the school.
Mr. Wellman, surely you know as well as I there is no basis in fact for this contemptible lie.
I know only that for years, against your opposition, I have tried to do away with the very thing at which the town council now points an accusing finger. Willow Walk.
Is that what the town council means by vice? Our local lover's lane?
Precisely. And they're quite right, though it shames me to admit it. We all know what goes on in Willow Walk on spring evenings.
Do we? What?
Never having been there myself, Mrs. Hall, I am not prepared with a bill of particulars. But I am equipped with an imagination.
Then I suggest that if the town council must point an accusing finger at vice, let it be pointed at your imagination. That's the only place on the campus that exists.
Well, I shall, of course, discuss your interesting comments about my imagination with the rest of the board this afternoon.
And I request permission to appear in person and discuss it myself.
Granted. I shall place the matter of the town council's resolution at the bottom of the agenda. We'll arrive at it around 4:30.
I'll be there.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Hall.
Where were we? What were we talking about before this happened?
Diplomacy.
Oh.
The even temper, the retort courteous.
Yes. I wasn't very diplomatic, was I?
Oh, I don't know, as diplomacy goes these days.
No, I behaved badly.
You didn't behave at all, I'm proud to say. The students were being vilely insulted, and so naturally you exploded.
Yes, I really did, didn't I?
You certainly did, I say. Will you ever forget the expression on his face when you told him where you thought the town council ought to point?
Never. The memory of it will make me the jolliest ex-college president on the breadline.
Oh, dear. I'll bet Wellman will work the board into a frenzy over this.
Yes, unless I apologize.
No, under the circumstances, I think bread is far more palatable than humble pie.
What the devil provoked the town council to issue such a blast? So completely without foundation. I know that enmity between the town and the gown is proverbial in academic history, but...
Hello, Victoria. Oh, hello, Pauline.
Oh,
Good afternoon, Dr. Hall.
Good afternoon.
Would you like a lift? My car's right over there.
No, thank you, Professor Larson. We're out for a stroll.
Oh, you're dressed to the nines, Pauline. I never saw you look lovelier. Are you going on a date? Oh, no. I'm on my way to a council meeting at Town Hall. Do you think I look attractive enough to hold the councilman's attention for 5 minutes? That's all the time they've allotted me to speak against a bill they're considering. I think they'd be only too happy to spend 5 minutes just looking at you.
Why, thank you, dear. Is this to be a little field expedition on behalf of your political science department, Professor?
Oh, no. No, the Town Civic Reform League has asked me to help stop the passage of a bill which extends, practically without reservation, the powers of the town council. The boys in the back room are trying to push it through so as to help them rig elections more easily.
Well, I'm sure you'll prove most effective.
I doubt it. You see, the Reform League's only a few years old, while the local machine was already raiding the pork barrel at a time when Tammany Hall was just a gleam in Aaron Burr's eye. No, I'm afraid this bill will go through with a whoop and a holler.
Well, what in blazes is happening downtown? Yesterday, a baseless accusation of vice on the campus. Today, a crooked bill?
Well, the machine has recently been taken over by P.T. Granger, the honest brakeman. And he... The honest brakeman? Uh-huh. That's what the newspaper boys call him. Due to the fact that he once spent 8 years working in the freight yards and never stole a locomotive.
He's a new broom, and he sweeps dirty.
And he's very much interested in you.
In me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how do you know?
He's been sitting in that convertible over there for the past few minutes, just staring at you. Strange-looking bird, I must say. I've never seen such brilliant plumage. Are you familiar with the species, William?
Oh, only through books, I'm sorry to admit. They're called scalawags, sticky-fingered scalawags, or Politicus corruptus. They feed largely on public apathy, foul other birds' nests, and, although the plumage varies, may be easily identified by their bills, which are crooked, and their song, which sounds something like, what's in it for me, what's in it for me.
Sorry. Do let's have a closer look.
Oh, I intend to immediately. Professor Larson, yes. If you should happen to think of some way of snaring this bird, I hope you'll inform me. I've a collector's itch to see him stuffed and mounted in the Ivy Museum of Natural History. Come on, Vicky. Let's tackle Granger.
Goodbye, Paulie, and good luck. Thank you, dear. Bye. Shall you have another go at diplomacy?
This time, I shall maintain an even temper. Coolness and calculation are the best weapons in situations like this, if I've read my Machiavelli correctly. Cool and calculating, therefore, I shall be. Mr. Granger?
Quite right. Quite right.
Mr. P.T. Granger?
Quite right.
Well, what the devil do you mean by accusing us of tolerating vice at the school?
Darling, Machiavelli.
How dare you vilify us? How dare you besmirch us?
Go ahead, Doc. Let it out. Only natural, considering. Quite right.
I demand an explanation.
Sure you do. Knew you would. Quite right.
I suggest some other phrase, entirely correct or indubitably true.
You needle easy, Mrs. Hall. Doc, I made the council pass that resolution just to let you know I was around. Nothing personal in it, just politics. Leading up to a little favor I want you to do for me.
You actually have the colossal gall to expect a favor of me?
Quite right. You'll do it, too.
I am not a betting man, Granger, but in this instance I am prepared to give odds you're wrong.
Save your money, Doc. I got you taped from here to breakfast, and I say you'll do it. You'll do it, or you'll learn that what the council did to the school yesterday is nothing compared to what I'm ready to make it do. The way I got you pegged, you'll do almost anything to save the school's fair name. Isn't that the way you'd say it?
Just what is it you want, Granger?
Ready to play ball, eh? Quite right. Nothing else you can do. Doc, I'm getting ready to move into politics on a statewide basis. I don't know who yet, but I'm entering a candidate in the next election for governor. Whoever it turns out to be, I see him as a man just lousy with respectability.
Go on.
Well, guess whose name I want right up at the top of the list of prominent people heartily endorsing my man?
Granger, I am at a slight disadvantage in dealing with this situation, even after studying Plato's Republic, More's Utopia, and Aristotle's Politica.
What state do they operate in?
The state of enlightenment. I doubt if you've ever crossed the border. However...
Cut it short, Doc. It's all settled anyway. I got more important things to do. I got to listen to the race results in a couple of minutes.
However, I have faced greater terrors than any you have so far conjured up. Differential calculus, astrophysics, and French irregular verbs, to name a few. A moment ago, you asked me to guess something. Now I'll ask you. Guess where I'll see you first before I grant you that favor.
Show and fight, eh? Quite right. Take a walk around the block, Doc, and think it over. I'll be here another 20 minutes.
Enjoy those 20 minutes, Granger, because when I return, I am going to run you right out of town, so help me.
What?
Quite right.
I was curious. I tasted it. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Before we return to the halls of Ivy, let's listen to the story of a man who went to Florida and, like the Spaniards before him, made an important discovery.
From where I sat, stretched out, relaxed on the terrace of my hotel, Florida was a production in Technicolor. The greens and blues of the ocean, the sky, and the palm trees were intense. And so, too, was my satisfaction. It was one of those settings where you might say all that was needed to complete the picture of utter contentment was a bottle of Schlitz beer. But that came later. At the moment, all I knew of Schlitz was its fame. So I dozed in my chair and only dimly conscious of the hotel waiters passing back and forth serving others on the terrace. Slowly, my attention was drawn to the trays they carried, or rather, what they carried on them. It seemed that Schlitz beer was getting quite a play from the paying customers. And as the number of Schlitz orders began to add up, I became more and more impressed. Then I remembered having read that Schlitz was the most popular beer in the world. My contentment gradually gave way to curiosity, until I found myself wide awake and wondering why Schlitz was so much in demand. Of course, there was only one way to find out. I ordered a bottle of Schlitz, and one deep swallow told me what I wanted to know. Let me put it this way. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
Returning to the halls of Ivy, we find a moody and reflective Dr. Hall sitting on a bench on the commons with Mrs. Hall, who is feeding the squirrels. Mrs. Hall says,
"Look at the greedy little beggars. Would you like to give them some nuts?" Nuts.
Oh, my sentiments exactly. Vicky, you've no idea how inadequate I feel. I've probably received more honorary degrees than Granger has third degrees. And yet, in certain spheres, he's an intellectual giant compared to me. He was cat and mousing me just now, and enjoying it, too. Now, how can I possibly give students the implements with which they can meet life on its own terms, when I myself am so utterly helpless?
You might add some new courses to the curriculum. Cynicism 1 and 2. But that's a long-range problem. Closer at hand is the question, how is the honest brakeman to be handled? And let's not try to be diplomatic about it.
Oh, I agree. This calls for knuckle dusters rather than kid gloves.
What else?
As I see it, the only thing Granger has that I lack is the control of 1 to 2,000 votes. And I doubt if I can supply this lack in the next few minutes. So that leaves only one alternative.
Change your name, grow a beard, and take up some other profession.
It's something along those lines. Oh, this has turned out to be just about the most crisis-ridden stroll I've ever taken. All I wanted to do this afternoon was to walk off an excellent lunch. So far, I've insulted the chairman of the board and been threatened with smear campaigns by a penny anti-politico.
Well, life's full of little booby traps. Do you remember our reception at the Red Lion Inn at Marlow, that last weekend in England?
Oh, don't I? Now there was an infuriating quarter of an hour. Remember that wild dash to the railroad station? Yeah. After the last show? The bumpy train rides? No taxi to meet us when we arrived at 2 in the morning?
Yeah, and a 1-mile hike to the inn in the rain, with you staggering under all that luggage.
Yes. And not a soul awake at the hotel to take care of us when we got there. Oh, I'll never forget it, never. Where is everyone? Oh, the place is absolutely deserted. Oh, Vicky, now, don't tell me you've caught cold.
Oh, no, I haven't. At least, I hope not.
Sit here, darling. Sit here near the fire. I'll poke it up a bit.
Well, I'll see if there's a note for us on the desk.
I told the landlord when I telephoned that we were rather late getting here. He assured me someone would wait up for us.
Well, look. There's a box with my name on it.
Is there? Well, open it, darling. Look, bring it over here and sit down. There. Now give me your foot. I want to get those wet shoes off.
Yeah.
What's in it?
It's a sack of flour. What on earth?
Oh, good Lord. I told the landlord I wanted some flowers for you. Flowers. You idiots. I'm sorry, darling.
Well, please don't be. It was very sweet of you to have thought of it at all.
I know. Much good it did. Oh, I'm going to knock at every door in the place till I find someone to look after us.
No, Toddy, don't. There may be other couples here on a lovely weekend of their own.
Well, I see no reason why they should be permitted to enjoy a weekend while we're condemned to a bench down here.
Well, it's not so bad, really. Seems to be very soft wood.
Oh, you're an angel, Vicky. Always making the best of everything.
Sit down here.
All right. Whoops. This is not softwood.
Put your arms round me. I feel better already. Sorry. Well, it's too bad, isn't it? I'm sorry. Did I forestall a kiss?
Oh, never mind, darling. I've plenty more. Look, just tell me when.
Now. There. Well, this is more like it.
Ah, Vicky, I'd planned it all so differently. I wanted our own comfortable room with a lovely fire going, a full moon outside the window, and the smell of jasmine from the garden below, and somewhere a nightingale singing.
This isn't really the season for nightingales.
Well, then I would have hired someone to do bird calls just for the occasion.
I can coo a little.
Ah, do a little, my dove.
Coo?
Oh, that was a sad little dove, wasn't it? You know, darling, I'm sure of one thing. If we can surmount this kind of night, the rest of our married life ought to be smooth sailing.
Then you're not beginning to lose the first spineful flush of enthusiasm?
Lose it? Darling, you're soaked to the skin, your hair is all mussed up, your nose is red, and I have never seen anyone as ravishing. I love you, Vicky. And if it were ordained that we have to spend the rest of our lives sitting here feeling just as miserable, I'd say amen to it and enjoy every moment.
Oh, Toddy, kiss me quickly before I sneeze.
Before and immediately after. My darling, but let's move into this little sitting room. Why, look, Victoria. Isn't that amazing?
What?
Well, that motto over the door. It's exactly the same as the one at Ivy. You shall know the truth, and the truth will make you free.
I know, Toddy. It's always been there.
Oh, no, my dear, you don't understand. You've never seen it. It's over the library door at Ivy College in America.
Well, of course it is. I'm sitting right here looking at it. Come back, Toddy, wherever you are.
Come back? Looking at it? Oh, you mean here at Ivy?
I do wish I could go with you when you set sail into space like that.
Oh, you do go with me, Vicky. Do you think I'd leave my first mate behind?
Oh, that was charming. But I think we'd better head for home if you're going to upset Mr. Granger's wild and woolly plans.
Wait a moment. Wait. I've just had an inspiration, Vicky.
What?
Seeing the library gave it to me. Let's go in.
Whatever for?
Well, in this library since 1640 has reposed the original charter of Ivy Township. When it was incorporated with 75 inhabitants, there must have been laws and statutes which were only intended to apply to a community that small. I'm going to snoop around and see if I can't hunt up some forgotten statute which might legislate Mr. Granger smack out of his smug, complacent skin. Vicky, I've got it.
Tell.
Well, in 1757, when Ivy's population had swollen to 93 persons, the city fathers passed a law extending the vote on local affairs to anyone of voting age who had resided in the town for a minimum period of 3 months.
No, you've lost me, my darling. I haven't got the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Don't you realize that 1,500 Ivy students of voting age reside in this town for 9 months every year? Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Well, it makes for a very attractive campus.
Yeah, but more attractive than you think. 1,500 votes will swing the entire balance of power in this town.
Toddy, how wonderful! Well, this makes you a more powerful politico than Granger ever was.
Of course it does. And when I explain the situation to the students, I'm sure they'll see eye to eye with me.
They'll go to the polls in droves.
You know, if it hadn't been for Professor Larson, I never would have thought to look up the law. Remind me, Vicky, to call her as soon as she returns from the meeting. I'm going to increase the budget for the political science department. Come along, Victoria. I'm ready for Mr. Granger. I'm going to enjoy this.
Don't be greedy, Toddy. Let me into the act, too.
Of course, we'll cat and mouse him. Just watch Boss Hall in action.
Be quiet, dear. He'll hear you.
You're right on the nose, Doc. I was just about to turn on the ignition. What's so funny? I said, what's so funny?
You don't understand what's happening, and you're curious, aren't you?
Yeah, quite right.
Well, don't make me mad, Doc. I asked you a question. I expect an answer.
Sure you do.
You would.
Quite right.
You both lost your minds?
Oh, not at all. No, we're about to run you out of town, and we're naturally pleased at the prospect. Nothing personal in it, you understand, just politics.
Well, I'll give you 10 seconds more, then I'll get mad.
Quite right. Yeah, look at his face every time I say that, Toddy. Mr. Granger, you noodle easy.
What?
Needle, not noodle, darling. Now, pay close attention, honest Brakeman.
Yeah.
I'm only going to say this once.
Yeah.
I've just completed a study of the laws of the town of Ivy.
So what?
You've made a small mistake. There's a forgotten but not obsolete statute here which renders more than 1,500 students at Ivy eligible to appear at the polls, eligible to take advantage of the statutes governing initiative, referendum, and recall.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. You know the first thing we're going to do with our vote? We're going to build you a monument.
Me?
Yes, you. A monument 1,000 feet high, made of the rarest marble.
Well,
I think possibly it'll be 1 inch wide. Shouldn't cost more than a few $1 million. The college, of course, is non-taxable, so the property holders in town will have to pay for it.
Doc, listen.
It's going to have your name plastered all over it, and each time they see it and think of the cost, they'll think of you. Fondly, devotedly.
Oh, look, Doc.
And that's only the beginning.
Doc, wait a minute.
Then I think we'll reconstruct Town Hall so that the elevators remain stationary while the building goes up and down.
Doc, please, wait. Let's make a deal.
A deal does not interest me. But there is always unconditional surrender.
Yeah, there is, isn't there? Ain't there? You got it. Unconditional surrender. I'll do anything you say.
The first thing you'll do is to come with me to a meeting of our Board of Governors and inform them the town council was mistaken in its resolution yesterday and that it will retract and apologize.
Quite right. I mean, sure. Only a jerk would have believed it anyway.
I want you to tell that to the chairman of our board personally.
Personally? To Wellman?
Yes, and in my presence.
Doc, I got no right to ask, but will you do me a favor?
Well, what is it?
Do you teach politics here at Ivy?
Yes, we have a political science department.
I want to take that course. Enroll me.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Well, it's late, Toddy. Time to close up. Have you finished whatever it is that you're writing?
Oh, but the last line, Vicky. It's a limerick.
Perhaps I can help. How does it go?
A guileless old fellow named Hall, on finding his back to the wall, like Machiavelli, he managed so well he...
could hardly be lived with at all.
Very good, man.
But seriously, I think you handled the case of the honest brakeman very well.
I don't know. I'm afraid I slipped up on the retort courteous.
You went even one better, Toddy. You gave them the reproof valiant.
Well, so long as it wasn't the reply churlish, my dear. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Eleanor Audley, Edwin Max, and Herbert Butterfield. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
We love the halls of Ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Your Tune for the Stars on NBC.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate Tooth Powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate Tooth Powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate Tooth Powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Fran Heflin, Earl Ross, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Playing his new character, Zuki.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Well, here it is, the middle of May, and if May is here, can June be far behind? In Mel Blanc's little town, all the engaged couples are making plans for their dream house. And as they stop and gaze into the window of Miller's furniture store, Barbara Bevan says to her boyfriend, Jerry,
Oh, Jerry, what a lovely bedroom set.
You like it, Barbara? I promise you, as soon as we're married, we'll move it right into our house.
And Mary Jones says to her boyfriend, Tommy,
Oh, Tommy, what a lovely bedroom set.
You like it, Mary? I promise you, as soon as we're married, we'll move it right into our house.
And as Mel Blanc and his girlfriend, Betty Colby, gaze rapturously at the furniture, Betty says,
Oh, Mel, what a lovely bedroom set.
You like it, Betty? I promise you, as soon as we're married, we'll move right into the window.
Silly. Oh, Mel, I can just see our dream house now. Especially one little room, all done in blue and pink, with Mother Goose pictures on the wall.
Well, that's all right for me, Betty, but where will you sleep?
I'm talking about children. How many children would you like to have?
10. But, I think we'll have to settle for 9.
Why?
Well, President Truman wants us to cut everything 10%. Betty, how come you're suddenly talking about a home and children?
Well, Mel, don't you realize that next month's June? Doesn't that mean anything to you?
June? Gosh, Betty, I'm glad you reminded me. I've got to start saving money for firecrackers for the 4th of July.
Oh. No. I'll give you a hint. What happens all over the world in June?
I don't know about any place else, but in California it rains.
People get married in June.
Oh, but Betty, how can we get married? Your father hates me. Every night he sits in the parlor and watches us.
Oh, I know, Mel.
I don't mind his watching so much, but he charges me 50 cents an hour for being a sitter. Betty, it's high time we got married. I'm sick and tired of getting kicked around. Let's go down to the supermarket. I'm going to talk your father into letting us get married.
Hello, Father.
Oh, hello, Betty. What brings you down to the supermarket?
Hello, Mr. Colby. Mr.
Mel
Colby.
Blanc, you idiot. I've been wanting to see you. What did you do to my sausage-making machine?
Well, I fixed it, Mr. Colby. I was fixing a sewing machine, and I may have got the parts mixed up.
A sewing machine? So that's it.
Something wrong?
Plenty. All the Frankfurters are coming out with belts in the back.
Oh, what are you complaining about, Mr. Colby? Now you can advertise Frankfurters by Hart, Schaffner, and Swift.
Oh.
But, Mr. Colby, the reason I'm here is because I want to marry your daughter.
You want to marry my daughter? Mel Blanc, my daughter couldn't possibly live with an idiot.
I know, Mr. Colby. That's why I want to marry her and take her out of your house.
Mel Blanc, I'll break you. No use. I just can't get mad at anyone today. The editor of the Supermarket Journal is coming here tonight to interview me. And if he's impressed with me, he'll do the story of my life in the Supermarket Journal. That is, if he doesn't find out that I have no education.
Well, Mr. Colby, that's nothing to be ashamed of. I've had very little education myself. I left school when I was 17.
Well, that's not so bad.
But I didn't start until I was 16. Besides, Mr. Colby, you shouldn't feel ashamed just because you're not educated. You have plenty of other reasons to feel that way.
What?
I always say the wrong thing. Betty, it's no use. Your father will never let us get married.
Now, just a second. I'd be a little self-conscious lying about my education, but if you'd,
You mean if I sort of exaggerated about your education to this editor, you'll let me marry Betty?
Well, I'd think about it more favorably.
Mr. Colby, it's a deal.
But, Mel, can you make him believe I'm a college man?
Oh, it's a cinch. Mr. Colby, how many years were you at Yale?
Yale? I never even went near the place.
You see, a Harvard man already. See how easy it is?
Well, I don't know. I'm giving you a chance, Mel, but if you ball things up like you always do, your name will be Mud.
Mud, huh? Well, don't worry, Mr. Colby. I'll get my assistant Zuki to go to the library and get some books on education. Come on, Betty. Just think. By this time next month, you and I will be Mr. and Mrs. Mudd.
Hello, Miss Appleby, Miss Appleberry.
Zuki, you're in a library. Hello.
Well, Miss Appleby, Miss Fruit Salad. You sure look pretty. That dress you're wearing, it's
just a little something I threw on.
Well, it sure landed in all the right places.
Zuki, how come I haven't seen you in the library for so long?
Well, I've been busy. I've been working hard. I've been studying. I owe you 2 cents.
Well, what are you doing here now?
Well, Mel Blanc sent me over to get some books.
What kind of books? Travel?
History?
Romance?
Sure. What time do you get off?
Zuki, are you sure you know what you want?
Yeah, but I still got to get a book. You see, I'm here for Mel because if he can help Mr. Colby, he's going to marry
Be quiet.
No, Betty. Say, is this a library or are you making Raleigh cigarettes?
Well, here are some books that may help you. A book on psychology, philosophy, and literature.
Gee, books on Looks like Cy and Phil are lit.
Well, while Zuki is taking the books to Mel, let's listen to Victor Miller and his orchestra and April Showers. For the first time in months, Mel isn't in trouble. In fact, it looks like Mr. Colby is going to consent to Mel's marriage to Betty if Mel provides the proper educational background for Mr. Colby in his interview with the editor of the Supermarket Journal. Mel is in his fix-it shop dressing for his appearance at Mr. Colby's house when who should walk in but the first hint of trouble in the person of the town beau brummel, Hartley Benson.
Hello, Hartley. Warm breeze out, isn't there?
Mel, it's merely the hot breath of thousands of women panting after great, big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, old boy, I'm so entrancing, I take myself dancing.
Well, Hartley, you may think you're beautiful, but I have brains. In fact, Mr. Colby thinks so much of my intelligence, he's asked me to supply the educational background for his interview tonight.
Mel, I have news for you. Mr. Colby has asked me to convey to you the fact that he regards you as an ignoramus. That I'm to talk to the editor tonight instead of you.
He doesn't want me? Well, why should he pick you? I'm just as educated as you are.
Oh, yes? I'm Cornell, 38.
So what? I'm Heinz, 57. Besides, I don't believe you ever went to Cornell.
Oh, no? Well, look at the Cornell yearbook for 38, and you will see. Hartley Benson voted the man most likely to succeed at Vassar. Mel, boy, they went wild over my student body. In fact, I was their star athlete.
What game?
Tiddlywinks. I played left tiddly. In fact, the beautiful girl was my downfall. I was about to score one for our side when she looked at me.
What did you do?
I winked when I should have tiddled. That's not all, Mel. I also played fullback on the football team. I was a terrific plunger.
That I can see, Hartley. You're built like one.
You mortify me. In fact, I'm so mortar I could fly. However, I shall soothe myself by saying...
You want to take that again?
However, I shall soothe myself by saying I'm the prettiest thing in my life. Someday I'm going to make myself my wife.
Sounds like a Model T Ford calling to its mate. My one chance to marry Betty, and now Mr. Colby turns me down because I'm an ignoramus. I wish I was dead.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, great zebra.
Mel, you look down at the model.
Oh, I wish I was dead. I can't get married.
I wish I was dead. I got married. The other day, my wife and I had an argument, and she said, John, you'll drive me to my grave.
What'd you do?
I had the car out of the garage in 2 minutes.
Mighty potentate, if you feel that way about your wife, how come you ever got hitched?
Mel, strangled is the word. I remember years ago when I first met my wife. She was such a gay young thing, such a saucy baggage.
And now?
Now she's a baggy sausage. You know, Mel, how most girls' figures go in and out. Hers goes out and then just keeps going.
Oh, come now, mighty potentate. She doesn't look that bad.
No. Mel, you've heard of a face that will stop a clock? Well, in our house, we have a withered Benrus. In fact, yesterday, she looked at it, and Ben got up and left running. What a woman. Yesterday, I had 10 gallons of DDT. I was out spraying the garden when she came out and said, John, spray the bugs, kill the ants, poison the old gopher. Yeah, what a temptation.
You think you've got troubles. I was supposed to help out Mr. Colby by building up his educational background. But he thinks I'm such an ignoramus he won't trust me to do it.
Oh, Mel, why do it as yourself? You're good at impersonations. If you pretend to be a foreign professor, you could really do a wonderful job for Mr. Colby. You've got brains.
That's a great idea. And if it works out, I'm going to get married.
Amazing how quickly a man can lose his brain. Well, so long, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Oh, wait a minute. Where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see It Happened on Fifth Avenue, or I can go home and look at What Shouldn't Happen to a Dog. So long, Mel. I gotta go.
time at the movies, mighty potentate.
No, Mel. Positively not. I'm depending on Hartley Benson.
But, Mr. Colby, what if the editor of the Supermarket Journal catches Hartley in a lie? He might know about American colleges, but if I say I taught you in Europe, why, he'll never be able to check.
Yes, it would be taking a chance, but... Well, Mel, for once you've made an intelligent suggestion. I'll call Hartley and tell him not to come. But, Mel, you'd better not let me down. I'm putting all my eggs in your basket.
Mr. Colby, all I can say is...
What in the world was that?
I just added an egg of my own.
Oh, Mr. Weed, you don't know how honored I am to have you write an article about me in the Supermarket Journal. Oh, have another drink?
Thank you. Don't mind if I do. Mr. Colby, you impressed me quite a bit. These sales figures especially are spectacular.
Well, you see, Mr. Weed, it's not every supermarket owner that can boast of an education at Eton and Oxford.
I came here because I heard you were a self-made man. Never been to college or even... What was that you just said?
I just said that as a boy, I wouldn't have eaten if I hadn't shined Oxford.
Oh, you were a boot black. Wonderful.
Oh, yes, indeed. I have never been to school. I mean, I ain't never went to school, and I ain't sorry nohow.
Words which inspire me. So glad to meet a man who hasn't been pampered by foreign schools and private tutors.
Oh, don't bother, Mr. Weed. I'll get it.
Ah, good evening here.
Oh.
Who was that?
Oh, well, it was some man from the German band downstairs. You know, Mr. Weed, I ain't never had...
Jawohl, Mr. Colby. You thought I was somebody else, huh? No? You don't remember your old Professor Otto von Schmorgasbord?
Mr. Weed, I want you to say goodbye. Hello to Professor von Schmorgasbord.
That's a peculiar name. Smorgasbord is a mixture of strange little things.
You should see the rest of my family.
Professor, don't you have any place to go?
Oh, always joking. Little Colby was such a bright pupil. I remember how everyone almost died laughing when he came to class in his short pants.
What was so funny?
He was wearing long underwear. But he was my favorite pupil. I remember when he went to the big city for his college examination. I wrote all the answers down on his cuffs.
Did he pass the examination?
No, but his laundryman got 100%. Colby went to colleges all over the world. Heidelberg in Germany, Edinburgh in Scotland, Columbia in China.
Oh, wait a minute. Columbia's not in the Far East.
No. Haven't you ever heard of Eastern Columbia? Now, don't doubt my word, Mr. Weed. I am the greatest language professor in the world.
Let me hear you speak French.
French. Okay. I say there, old boy, pip-pip.
That's English.
What am I speaking now?
That's English, too.
One of us is an imposter. I speak all languages. I speak great Turkish. Akla shish kebab avaka halava. Great Spanish. Si no tenemos los plátanos. And also...
What's that?
Great Danish.
Now, a second. There's something highly irregular about this.
But you happen to be speaking to a man what's an MA, an LLD, and a PhD. And you know what that makes me?
What?
A Melderhurst.
Well, this is the most fraudulent thing I've ever heard. Mr. Colby, I was hoping to find a simple, honest, self-made man, but I see you're just a poser, a man who's ashamed of his background.
Mr.
And
Weed.
I'm going.
Wait a minute, Mr. Weed. It was all my fault. I was trying to build Colby up. I didn't think the interview would look good in your magazine if it said that Mr. Colby only went to Public Union Trade School.
The damage is done, and I... Did you say Public Union Trade School?
Yeah.
Why, that's my school. How come I didn't recognize you, Colby?
Well, I always stood with my face toward the wall.
Well, turn around. Mushmouth. Mushmouth Colby.
What? There's only one man who ever called me that. Stinky Weed.
Say, I went to Public Union, too.
Well, let's sing the old school song.
Yeah.
Oh, public union, hail to thee. Our hearts belong to O.U.P. Oh, alma mater, fair and true. Till we die, we'll be P.U.
Well, Mr. Colby, remember our bargain?
Yes, Father, you said if Mel helped you.
Yes, I remember, Mel, my boy, and you did help me. It was rather roundabout, but it was a help.
And you don't object to me?
Well, not too much.
You'll let me in your family?
That might be arranged.
And I can marry Betty?
Well, Mel, you'll have to propose first.
Then I'll do it right now. Mr. Colby, will you be my father-in-law?
Oh, God!
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and the that's all, folks.
And with Victor Miller and his orchestra playing the Mixmaster song, this is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Ipana toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen and his mighty Allen Art players, Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours, the Town Hall Quartet, and a flock of new, anxious, and eager amateurs. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd. They're cheering in the streets as Fred Allen leads his weekly parade to the old Town Hall. Fred's laughing and joking with the gang, the band's playing, and here come the mighty Allen Art players. Let's join the merry song. Everybody's going. Here they come, aliens.
But you can't stay in America without a passport, Giuseppe.
Please, the 4th. The 4th of Giuseppe tomorrow. It's the Town Hall of tonight. Hillbillies.
What you doing with that rifle, Ma? Aiming to become a widow?
No, there's a coon cap on the radio, Paul. It's Town Hall tonight.
Old folks.
Well, tomorrow's Thanksgiving, Grandpa. Aren't you and Grandma glad?
Yes, Nellie. Grandma and me's got a lot to be thankful for. It's Town Hall tonight.
Here we are in front of the old Town Hall, folks, and there's Fred slipping into his bulletproof vest and addressing the crowd. Let's listen.
If I had the wings of an angel, through these Town Hall doors I would fly, folks. But you're just as welcome on foot. So go right in, friends, if you'll kindly.
Good evening, Alan.
Hi there, Brother Crawl. How's the old steeplejack these days?
I ain't getting rich, but I'm living high.
Say, you can be grounded for a crack like that. Line forms to the right. Hurry, please. Hello there, Mrs. Dodge.
Evening, Mr. Allen. Is it so funny tonight?
Ha! You roll in the aisles, Mrs. D.
Lord, and I'm wearing my Sunday dress. I hope your floor sleeves.
Go right in and strap yourself to a seat. Hurry.
We're ready and willing, Captain.
Okay, Harry. Tell Peter I'm opening with Rise and Shine.
Okay, let her go, Pete.
Rise and shine, stand up and take it. Rise and shine, that's what you make it. It's moon on to get you as you soon down. Jump high, ho, and do just as the moon does. Rise and shine, don't be a mourner, things are fine. Around the corner, no harm in trying it. There's nothing to it, you can do it like the sun. Rise and shine. Around the corner, no harm in trying it. like the sunrise and shine.
Presenting that cosmic colossus of cyclopean caricature and comedy, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before putting out our flag and auctioning off the funds, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hodge White at the corner store is calling the attention of you kiddies, attention kiddies, to his new peppermint spitball, now on display at the candy counter. It's a delicious peppermint ball that tastes well on the way to school, and when you get there, kiddies, there's a nice, big, hard wad of cardboard inside the candy you can throw at teacher. So much for good, clean, peppermint-flavored fun, and now for the Town Hall News. After this terrific pace I've set, don't you think we should have a letdown, Harry?
Yes, Fred. I'll let down the picture sheet right away.
Thank you. Before they missed Moses, what had happened, Harry?
Somebody turned out the lights. Here they go.
The projector starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. Washington, D.C. Government prepares to open training school for landlords. Students will be taught landlord's duties and then employed on new government housing projects. Town Hall News shows how government-trained landlords will probably greet tenants on rent days. The scene, any home.
Mrs. Please?
Yeah, and I don't want any.
Oh, I'm not selling anything.
Oh, well, come in. Now, don't let no air get in. My husband's a bouncer at a nightclub. This fresh air will kill him.
Oh, excuse me. I'll shut the door. Nice little apartment you got here.
Oh, it's all right. The bathtub's a little too small to hold coal.
Well, those two rooms look comfortable.
Them ain't rooms, they're closets.
Closets with no doors.
Yeah, firewood's been expensive lately. We've been burning the doors.
Oh, well, I'll make a note. Using doors in the furnace.
No, just in the stove. We're burning the kitchen stairs in the furnace.
Well, the windows are all right, I hope.
Yeah, but my husband had to take out the glass on account of the flies. Everybody on the street looked freckled.
Well, I've got some good news for you, Mrs. Fleece. I'm going to fix up your apartment as good as new.
Who are you, Santa Claus?
No, I'm your new landlord.
Landlord, I knew it. That's what I get for talking to strangers. Wait till I call me husband. Hey, Francis, Fran!
Yeah, what's up? Hey, who's the gigolo?
Well, I'm the new landlord, Mr. Please.
You ain't no landlord. Where's your dispossessed?
No, honest, I'm a landlord. I just graduated from landlord school. Look, here's my diploma.
Come on, scram, Fauntleroy.
Grab him, friend, before he mentions rent.
No, wait. You don't have to worry about rent with me, Mrs. Please. I'm a government landlord.
You mean we ain't got to pay?
Why, of course not. I'll send a memo to the HOAX, the Homeowners Aid Exchange.
Don't tell me the government sends us the dough.
Exactly.
Why, great. When we get it, we can move out of this joint into a better neighborhood.
New York City, New York. Cornell students who are studying to be hotel executives run Hotel McAlpin for one day. Town Hall News shows how average hotel might seem if it were run in true collegiate style. First, the guest, Mr. Jones, applies for a room.
Clerk.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to get a room. What are your rates?
Sis and sis. Boom and boom. It's $4 a day for a single room. We rent them cheaper by the hour, $1 with tub and $2 with shower.
Well, I'll take a room with a sponge.
Yes, sir. Register, please. Front, bellboys. We're here to please and take your grip. The bellboys' gear is tip, tip, tip. Show Mr. Jones the 609. Rock, rock, rock. Jones. Jones. Skin is skin and bones are bones. It's 609 for Mr. Jones. Signal 906-069. Take it, Jones, right through the line. Here's your bag, Jones' old friend.
Where do I go?
Around left end. He made it!
Yay,
Jones!
After a hectic stay, Mr. Jones finally checks out.
Leaving, Mr. Jones?
Yep, I'm all in.
Well, did you like our college boy service?
No. Give me my bill. I'm raw. You smashed my bag and broke my jaw. Brigadier, alakazam. Get out of my way. I'm going to scram. Taxi!
Brooklyn, New York. County Court judge rules that married women have legal right to steal from husbands' pants pockets. Town Hall News interviews inventor Mr. Tita B. Humpty, who has perfected pair of safety trousers for married men.
Oh, come right in. I'm Mrs. Humpty.
Glad to know you, Mrs. Humpty.
Mr. Humpty's right in here.
What is it, Maud?
I'm from the Town Hall News.
Eh? You call for shoes?
He's a little deep, Mr. Allen.
Oh, it's about your new invention.
Which one? The steam radiator for bird cages?
No, your new safety trousers for married men. Men's pants.
Oh, ants. Ants in your pants, huh? Well, try red pepper.
No, he means your pit-proof trousers. Your pit-proof trousers with the Big Ben pocket.
Oh, yes, I make these pants for my own use.
Well, how do you protect your money in them?
Well, I got a mousetrap built right here into the pocket. You hide the money under the trap.
Oh, what's this little string here?
That connects with a skyrocket. The rocket's hid in the leg of the pants.
That's right. The string's got a match on the end, and it sets off the rocket.
Great idea.
Now, as the skyrocket shoots off up the pants leg, it rings a bell sewed in the seat of the pants.
Oh. Can you demonstrate it?
Yeah, sure. Put your money in here, and I'll set the trap. Now, hang your pants on the chair. Now, put your hand in, Maud, and show them how it works.
All right. I reach in the pocket for the money, and the finger goes in the mousetrap. Ouch!
Stand back. Look out for the skyrocket.
Hey, that's a lot of noise. What's the big idea?
Well, it wakes me up. I jump right out of bed and beat the stuffing out of the wife.
Once again, the Town Hall News brings you the outstanding sound of the week. Island of Guam, Trans-Pacific Airmail Planes, China Clipper, starts last leg of 8,000-mile journey. The China Clipper.
You like hair cut short on top or boyish bob?
Say, Fred, while you still have that screen down, would you like to hear one of my candid movie camera shots?
Candid movie camera? What's that? Something with a lens shaped like a keyhole?
Well, maybe. Let's listen to this domestic scene and see.
Oh, for heaven's sake. This newspaper doesn't print the strangest things.
What is it now, Mary?
Oh, it's one of these don't believe it if you don't want to columns. Listen, it says that some of the people in the Ukraine, to be sure their teeth will look good, look up at the new moon, say 3 prayers, take a clod of earth from under their right heel, and then rub their teeth with it. They say it's a magic way to clean their teeth.
Poor Ukrainians.
Yes. Didn't anybody ever tell them about Ipana?
Well, it seems not, but I'd like to. For while there's nothing magic about the reasons for using Ipana, there's something almost magic about what it does for your teeth and your gums. If your teeth are dull and dingy, Ipana will make them whiter and brighter. If your gums are soft and tender, Ipana with massage will help to stimulate and strengthen them. Now, we're living in an age of reason, ladies and gentlemen, and the reason for so many white, sparkling teeth is Ipana. If you aren't already one of its thousands of users, won't you be one of the next to try it? The familiar red and yellow striped tube can be found in any drugstore, and once you've used it, I think you'll always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
by Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours. And now, ladies and gentlemen, an ultra announcement. On Saturday, the Married Ladies Bridge Club will rough it socially and switch to an evening of stud poker. On Friday after... Oh, quiet, please. If that's some nature lover trying out a few bird calls, I'll be down and give you the bird to go with them in just a minute.
Hello?
Well, sir, as I live and wear low collars, because an Adam's apple a day will keep the throat doctor away, if it isn't Portland.
Yes, I'm going down to the Cat and Pet Show to meet Papa, so I thought I'd stop in.
What's Papa doing at a pet show? He's too old to be going in for that sort of thing, isn't he?
Well, somebody sent him a ticket. It said, Cat Show, admit one. So Papa took Mama.
Did your mother go as an onlooker or as an entry?
Papa didn't say. He just told Mama not to wear her fur coat.
Really? What kind of a fur coat is it? A Bide-a-wee sable?
No, Papa says it's unborn mohair.
I've never heard of unborn mohair.
Neither have I, but it's expensive. Papa says there's only a little hair on the mow, and it takes a lot of mows to make a coat.
A lot of mows to make...
Wrestling is nice. It's practically necking for money.
Papa should have been a wrestler. They've never pinned his shoulders to the mat.
You mean he's so sicky?
No, he's so round-shouldered.
And you're round-shouldered mentally, if you know what I mean.
I know. You mean it's about time I was leaving.
That's right. You saved me the trouble of coining an insult.
Oh, I'm not going yet. Waldo!
Oh, Walter.
I have poured on right on second of my hot tonight. Waldo, this is Mr. Allen. Hiya, hillbilly.
What do you mean, hillbilly? You don't see any guitar marks on my stomach, do you?
You ain't kidding me, Elmer. You're corny enough to draw clothes. Now, wait a minute, Waldo. Little boy should be seen and not heard.
Why, that little runt? I'll fold him up like a 10-cent road map.
You're in what civic body? Another spot like that, and I'll fold those big ears over your face like an envelope. Now, stop it, Waldo.
Let him go. I'll follow him around until he grows up, and then I'll let him have it.
You do, and I'll kick your sins till you think you're wearing woodpeckers for garden. If I knew you'd gotten so tough, Waldo, I wouldn't have asked you down.
I wish he was my boy. I'd paddle him through childhood like a canoe.
Say, if you think I'm tough, you ought to see Pa. Is your father a ruffian too, Waldo? Is he? Why, Pa's got so much iron in his system, if he ever gets caught in the rain, he'll rust.
Well, I hate to intrude, but my great-grandfather was the first soldier to bite the frost back at Valley Forge.
Why, that's nothing. If my grandfather had replaced his divots when he played golf out west, there'd be no Grand Canyon today.
How is the family on your mother's side, Urchin?
Pa, we're all tough. None of us was brought by the stork. Our family used a buzzard. Gosh, what were you raised on, buttermilk? Buttermilk was a luxury. Pa used to throw a can of condensed milk and a cold pickle in my cradle, and I had to get along the best way I could.
Well, my folks threw me into a cow barn, and I took it up from there.
How old are you, Waldo? I'm 12. As years go, I've lived a dirty dozen.
If you're going on 13, it may be unlucky for you to hang around here, son.
Calling your tongue, corn fed. Your lower lip looks like a delicatessen counter. Well, if you two are going to keep hurling epaulets, I may as well go.
Yes, women and children first. You two can leave in that order.
Not so fast, stupid. What about my audition?
What audition? I thought you were here looking for an argument.
No, Walter wanted to show you his Christmas present, Mr. Allen. Yeah, Ma did her Christmas shopping early. I got a clarinet. Look at this. How does she sound, Waldo?
What are you trying to play? Squeak to squeak?
Why, I'm just warming up, wise guy. Wait till I get my E flat cut. heaven.
That's what you think. The rest of
Don't say it, Mr. Allen. We get the idea. Well, what do you want me to play, folks?
Play possum for about an hour, will you?
Oh, that's swell. I've got a feeling you're fooling.
Yes, but he's all wet. If I've got a feeling he's drooling as far as I'm concerned.
Why, one more crack like that and I'll put it up.
Why, you and that's what you and you too, boy. Just tell me.
Don't stop right in the middle of a concert, Waldo.
What concert? What concert?
Why, you broken down MC. I want to bust this over your head and make 2 piccolos. Don't spoil your clarinet, Waldo. It's valuable, isn't it? Well, I'll tell the world. Why, 200 wouldn't buy this musical bean blower.
And I'm one of the 200, if it's any good.
That's done it. I wouldn't take that from Rubinoff. I'll say. I'm insulted, too. Let's go, Waldo.
So long, Waldo. Goodbye, Portland.
Hally-ho.
And now the Town Hall Quartet comes from the alley up to the stage to sing one of their vocal flip-flops. She was an acrobat's daughter.
She was an acrobat's daughter. Her folks were the Bounding McGees. She turned 21 and married the son of the man on the flying trapeze. Oh, the wedding was held in the circus for all the spectators to see. And when they were wed, they both stood on their head. An acrobat's daughter was she. She could do a backflip, a front flip, with real acrobatic grace. A nip-up, a trip-up, without landing on her face. She could do contortion with portions of her swell anatomy. She wondered by thunder just how this could ever be. Oh, she was an acrobat's daughter. And although they were married a year, why, each and every morning they'd rise and just for a little exercise, why, they'd swing from the old chandelier. Oh, they turn somersaults before breakfast, a handspring or two before tea. When bedtime drew near, they both sit on their ears. An acrobat's daughter was she. Oh, she was an acrobat's daughter.
Ja, und Herr Pep wäre little train fleer.
She taught them some tricks, then gave 5 or 6 to the man on the flying trapeze.
Oh, dressed up in her tights and with spangles, she looked just as cute as could be. She feared they might care.
Ooh, is my face red?
So she carried a spare. Oh, an acrobat's daughter was she.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I see the boys are lowering the picture sheet again and switching out the lights. I'm as much in the dark as you are. What is it, Harry?
It's a football newsreel, Fred.
Really? Well, as the cook said when she cut an apple in 2, let's help it.
What a football game, folks. Here only a half minute left to play. State trailing by 3 points, and how those boys are fighting. It's 4th down now, only a yard to go for a touchdown. This is the next round.
Oh, dear, I'm so excited I can hardly...
Darling, stop sneezing and keep your eye on the ball.
Oh,
Look.
Jack, what's going to happen?
Oh, I don't know. Look, and there goes the play.
Oh, Jack, what happened?
Gee, God, didn't you see that touchdown?
Oh, no, darn it. I sneezed and missed it.
Well, now, I hope, ladies and gentlemen, that none of you will leave a football game tomorrow with victory in your heart, but the beginning of a cold in your head. If you do, will you take my advice and nip that cold in the bud? And don't do it in some hit-or-miss fashion, but do it scientifically, with rest, plenty of liquid, a careful diet, and sal hepatica. For you see, when you have a cold, there are usually these two conditions you must get after right away. First, waste in your system. Right. Waste, spreading poisons throughout your body. And second, too much acid in your system. Right again. And that acidity always aggravates colds. So take this simple tip. It's worth its weight in health. Put 2 teaspoonfuls of sal hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. Because unlike ordinary laxatives, which do only one thing, sal hepatica does two. It both rids your body of waste and combats acidity. It's the mineral salt laxative you can always depend on for those two necessary actions. And you'll always find it gentle, quick, and thorough. Keep a bottle in your medicine cabinet, and at the very first sign of a cold, remember sal hepatica for the smile of health.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the mighty Allen Art Players. And to make this a real Thanksgiving, they will not present a Thanksgiving playlist. Tonight, rather, they offer that beard-raising melodrama of darkest Russia entitled Voopie on the Volga, or They Drank and Drank Until They Borscht. Overture, Petrovich.
Just stop crying already, my darling. My sonny boy. You are stopping?
I'm stopping.
Go sleep already. Then Papa will come home, and Mama will gonna give you a nice supper. Look, caviar is good, no?
No.
Oh, George. You want Mama to sing for a little darling?
Yes, Maminka. Sing me a song.
All right. So put down the hat. So, Uncle Doodle went uptown riding on the drosky. Uncle Doodle...
Open up!
I am opening up. Ah, Nikolai, my darling, it's you.
It's me. Do you still love me, Sonia?
Of course I love you, you silly Billy.
It's good to be back again. Is your husband home?
No, not yet, but I'm expecting him. You'd better kiss me quick and go. He's so jealous. And for why? For Nyaki.
I will kiss you and go.
Yes, my love, kiss me and go.
Yes, I will kiss you and go.
He said go already.
Open up. Oh, your husband made a quick hiding, son.
No. No, I will let you out the back way. Here, quick, through this door. Go, my love.
I go. Without kissing you.
Open up.
Darling, kiss me.
You still love me?
Of course I love you. But tell me, who are you?
Remember little Misha, what used to go to night school with you?
Little Misha with the red hair?
Right, Toots. Rusty Misha.
Oh, yeah. Little Rusty Misha.
Yep, that's the one. I'm his Uncle Jake.
Jake from America.
Sonia from Nizhny Novgorod.
Aha! No wonder you are talking with an English accent. Oh, look at you, an American boy. A Uncle Doodle dandy.
You your brat, Sonia?
Yes, sir. That's my baby. No, sir. Don't need maybe.
Oh, so you're married.
And how?
Sure, darling. Put down the hat and go to sleep.
Okay, Maminka.
Tough little mug, ain't he?
But he's smart. He heard you talking with that English accent, and already he was talking just like you. A regular genius. Hey, listen. What's that?
Oh, probably Major Bowles jumping around outside there. Just the village bells, I guess, out for a good time.
Why, it's stopping here.
So what?
Maybe it's my husband. He's jealous, something terrible, especially a foreigner.
Who's a foreigner? My people came over on the Potemkin. Let him in. If I meet him face to face, he'll get the worst of it.
All right, but don't talk with an English accent. Tell him you are Russian school teacher. You are giving my boy lessons.
School teacher, what'll I do?
Sing to him.
Oh, you.
Well?
Aha! There's a snake in the woodpile.
Sure. You're waking up my class.
Class? What kind class?
I am the boy's tutor.
He's tutor, huh? Well, tutor, goodbye. I am going to kill you.
Stop, Gregor. Don't be so hasty. Wait 5 minutes.
Don't you talk to me, you double-timer.
Well, slunk, comrade. I got a feeling I'm catching a sleigh ride.
Hey! You're not getting away so easy.
Is that so? You know to whom you're talking to whom?
To whom?
To me.
Oh.
Now, listen, big boy. Don't be so jealous. Your wife is true blue oval in the yard right.
How can you even suspect me, Gregor? Let him go.
Hey, I got an idea. This man is talking with a foreign accent.
What are you going to do, my little dove?
I'm going to wake up the baby and listen to him talking.
So what will be if baby's talking? Is this a trick?
When this baby is talking, he is imitating everybody what is visiting here. Then I will finding out who is visiting my wife behind my back.
Now, Gregor, is that nice to wake up the baby?
Stand back. I will wake him up.
Coochie, darling. Guess who's here? Look, Vladimir Bublitski. It's your papa. Don't cry, my little man. You had a busy day, no? Tell Papa, you had company today?
Good morning. Okay, put shiver me timbers. Now take in the washing.
Thank you. And now, before I bring the first of tonight's promising amateurs to the microphone, I'd like to introduce a man who, tomorrow, Thanksgiving Day, is going to commit the perfect crime, Harry Von Zell.
Well, now, Fred, it's not exactly a crime, and it isn't exactly perfect.
I see, but outside of that, I was pretty accurate, huh?
Yes. Now, here's what I mean, Fred. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day.
Yes, it is.
And I know that when I sit down to murder that turkey dinner, I probably won't leave the table until I've stuffed myself fuller than the turkey. And I know I'll have plenty of company. Only 2 things wrong with you. 2 things brought on by your holiday overindulgence. Poisonous waste in your body and too much acid in your system. And you can remedy those things very quickly and very easily. Just put 2 teaspoonfuls of Salapatica in a glass of water and drink it as soon as you get up. Because Salapatica does not just 1, but 2 things. It both rids your body of those poisonous wastes and combats that acidity. And you'll certainly be thankful to Salapatica when you're feeling your normal self again. Remember, Salapatica, for the smile of health. Ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall Tonight continues immediately after your station announcement. Back in Town Hall, folks, and the song you've just heard was I'd Love to Take Orders from You, played by Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours and sung by the Town Hall Quartet. And now here comes Fred Allen leading a new group of eager amateurs out on the stage for tonight's big amateur contest.
Thank you. Before I forget it, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that Thanks a Million is staying for a 3rd week at the Radio Center Theater and opens tomorrow, Thanksgiving Day, at the Fox Theater in Philadelphia. Thanks a Million is that picture that stars Dick Powell and shows for the first time on any screen a radio man named Fred Allen. You may have heard of him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here we are with boys and girls who may be the stars of tomorrow. Ready, one and all, to compete for our first prize of $50 in cash and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City. And a second prize of $25 in cash. The winners will be selected by you folks here in Town Hall. Your applause will be registered on the Johns Manville applause machine here on the stage, and the 3 acts receiving the highest ratings will be called back later so that you may select your final winner. Now, first tonight, I have the honor to present Bill Hausler. Bill has come over from Jackson Heights tonight as sort of a dare. Before going any farther, I should explain that Mr. Hausler is one of our NBC expert photographers. Is that right, Bill?
Right, sir.
You admit it, huh?
How could I contradict you?
Well, I was just going to say that I went down to have some photographs made about 2 weeks ago, and Bill told me that as a sideline, he was operating a small harmonica. So I dared him to come up here some Wednesday night, and here he is. How does it feel to be a radio actor, Bill?
I'd rather be on the other end of the camera.
The other end of the camera?
Yeah.
I don't know. A photographer's life seems so futile to me. A young fella giving the best years of his life in the dark room alone like that. I mean, after all... they tell me that you're quite a candid camera expert, too. Is that right?
They told you that.
Yes, I hear it.
I'm not taking any chances anymore.
No, I just was wondering, what is the purpose of the candid camera?
To make people look as funny as I do.
Oh, naturally, huh? Gosh, you'd have an awful time with me, wouldn't you?
Yes.
In other words, if an actor has a toupee, the candid cameraman tries to sneak around when he's got it off and catch him with his hair down.
That's right.
Well, what are you going to play for us, William, on your mouth organ?
I'm falling in love with someone.
I'll get out of the way so I won't confuse you. Thanks. Jackson Heights. Thank you, Bill. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet Miss Camille Jekyll. How do you pronounce your name, please?
Jekyll.
And what is your first name?
Camille.
Oh, I didn't know whether it was Camille or Camilla. Those names are confusing. Sometimes you use the liquid L as an alphabet soup, and other times that, like it would be Camille as in walk a mile for it, you know? That's, it's an odd name, isn't it? What is your nationality? Do you mind?
No, I'm Hungarian.
Oh, are you really Hungarian? Really? Hungary must be a beautiful country. Were you born there?
Well, no.
Oh, you weren't? Well, you've heard about it, surely.
Yes, certainly.
Well, I don't know. Hungary, after all, the Danube flows through Hungary, doesn't it? The beautiful blue Danube. That's like Old Man River in Technicolor, isn't it? I know I've always enjoyed that waltz, Mr. Strauss's beautiful blue Danube, is it? Oh, that's another river, isn't it? It's so confusing, all those songs named after rivers. Mississippi, Old Man River, Swanee River, and that new one now, Creek to Creek. It's coming, new one. I beg your pardon. Oh, is that a Hungarian song, is it? And what did you say it was again? All right, thanks.
Mușteacului și-a blocat, nem lăsă bejnyitva. Elvadunk egymástól, rendben ahogy élünk. A te kis kapud már nekem kéne nyílni. Elvadunk egymástól, rendben ahogy élünk. A te kis kapud már nekem kéne nyílni.
That was Miss Camille de Jekyll of Jackson Heights. And now, again from Jackson Heights, that's 3 from Jackson Heights. There isn't an excursion running in tonight, is there? Now, ladies and gentlemen, in tonight is... Ladies and Tommy, Fred has an army. Jim told me that you were quite an athlete just a short time back. Is that right? You played football, baseball, too?
Well, more or less.
Just football?
Football, basketball, track, swim.
Oh, swimming. I used to be quite a famous swimmer. If I had a little water here with me now, I'd show you high dive, but unfortunately, I haven't. Did you go right from school into the service, did you? Into the Army?
Well, I waited a while.
Waited?
There was nothing doing in the line of employment, so I decided I'd go as well.
Well, I guess that's steady, all right. The way things look, it's apt to be steadier than we imagine. But it's better than being around Ethiopia and walking around with umbrellas. I mean, like Kylie. What are you going to, you're going to sing, aren't you, Fred?
Yes.
I slipped my mind. I just remembered that Uncle Jim also told me that you tended bar for a while. Is that right?
Yes.
I knew that something was on my mind. It's on. I guess the fumes of that thought. I wanted to ask you, I had an idea some time ago. I want to know if you thought it was practical. I've been reading that beer now is coming out in cans, all put up already. It's going to look funny when a traveling salesman starts turning in their corkscrews in for can openers, isn't it, around the country? Well, we'll drop the whole thing, and I won't take up any more of your time. What would you like to sing?
I'm in the mood for love.
I'm in the mood for love. Thank you.
I'm in the mood for love, simply because you're near me. Funny, but when you're near me, I'm in the mood for love. Heaven is in your eyes, just like the stars we're under. Oh, is it any wonder I'm in the mood for love? Why stop to think of whether this little dream might fade? We put our hearts together, now we are one. I'm not afraid if there's a cloud above. If it should rain, we'll let it. But for tonight, forget it. I'm in the mood for love.
Thank you. That was Fred Utinas from Jackson Heights. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Freeport, Long Island, we welcome the Mural Brothers. Paul, and what is the other brother's name?
Joseph.
Paul and Joseph. And the boys have a 12-piece boys' orchestra from the Freeport High School. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Are you Paul or Joe?
Paul.
Oh, you're Paul. I see. I just wanted to make sure. How many boys in the band, Paul?
There are 12.
12 boys in the Freeport band? All go to the same school?
Well, not in the band. You mean this band?
And this band that you're... Oh, this is your own personal band, huh? Oh, that Freeport band's a fly-by-night outfit, I suppose. Now we're getting someplace. What is the average age of the fellas?
Well, we average about 15 to 17 years of age.
15 to 17. I know that boy with the cornet looks young enough to be playing on the linoleum over there. Well, Freeport's certainly a great place. A lot of actors used to have their summer homes down there. You see many actors around there now, Paul?
No, not many now.
Not many now. I guess they're going with the Indians, the way of all. I used to know a conceited actor who lived down in Freeport. He thought it was his drawing power that brought the tide in down there. What are you going to play for us, Paul?
We're going to play our theme song, Moonglow, and then some.
All right, you go right ahead. The theme song, Moonglow, your own personal theme song, huh? And then some. Go right ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, is that the end of the number, boys? I just wanted to make sure. I saw the guitar player raising it up, and I just wondered what he was up to there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present Miss Aline McKenna from Buffalo. Is that right, Miss McKenna? You didn't come down all the way from Buffalo just to be with us tonight, did you? Well, of course, so many people stray in here that I just like to inquire the motive. How are things in Buffalo? Are they? Niagara Falls still running?
Falling apart.
Yes, it is falling apart by degrees. I think the government is just keeping Niagara Falls running so that when they get Boulder Dam finished, they can take the falls over there and see if Boulder Dam really works. I guess that's the purpose of it. And you're going to sing, Miss McKenna?
Only a rose.
Only a rose. Thank you very much.
Only a rose. Only a fawn flying above. Only a smile to keep in memory.
That was Miss Aline McKenna from Buffalo, New York. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please meet the accordion trio. 3 girls, Marjorie Kern, Cassandra Carolyn, and Annabelle Moser. And 3 accordions whose names escape me for the moment. The girls have come from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Is that right? Who's Marjorie? Oh, Marjorie, I'm happy to know you. Alan is my name. Very glad to know you. You look beautiful in an accordion. You should see me in one of those trombone derbies when I put one of them on. I belong in the case. You girls really live in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania? Do you really? Bethlehem, let me see. Bethlehem's noted for something, isn't it?
I think for the Bethlehem Steel Corporation.
The Bethlehem Steel Corporation. And you girls play accordion? If you were loyal to the neighborhood products, you'd have taken up the steel guitars, girls, and sort of helped out the Bethlehem people in a small way. Now let me see. Bethlehem is famous for something else besides you 3 girls, too. Now, let's think. The Lehigh Valley, is that right?
That's right.
That's the second most popular valley in the country, isn't it? Rudy first, then the Lehigh. I often wondered. Rudy is so popular with the and the Lehigh too. The Lehigh Valley. That's where that expression comes from. He was Lehigh to a grasshopper. But I've often worried about. Speaking of Rudy, as I was, I often wondered about the effect he has on debutantes. The pictures of Rudy. I don't know. They tell me that when he walks by the YWCA, the entire building trembles. I don't know. What are you girls going to play on your 3 accordions?
South American Joe.
South American Joe. What was his last name? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't. I'm sorry.
Thank you. The accordion trio, ladies and gentlemen, from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. That concludes our amateur contest for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And now, while I exact the truth from our applause meter, Harry will carry on with English as it should be spoken. All right, Harry.
Thank you, Fred. We sincerely hope, ladies and gentlemen, that you've enjoyed yourself at Town Hall tonight. And if you have, won't you remember during the week the 2 products that make these Wednesdays with Fred Allen possible? Ipana toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And I see Fred is still checking the results there of our amateur contest, so let's get the results of Peter Van Steeden's latest arrangement. Okay, Peter.
ready, Fred?
Yes, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter divulges that you have awarded the most decibels to the following acts: the accordion trio, Aline McKenna, and the Muro Brothers Boys Orchestra. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to place his stubby hand over the heads of these girls and boys, as I call the names, so that you may applaud once again for your winners for the first and second prizes. Are you ready, Harry?
All ready, Fred.
And now, first, the three girls from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, who played the accordions, played South American Joe, the accordion trio. And next from Buffalo, the charming lyric soprano who sang Only a Rose, Miss Aline McKenna. And then the Muro Brothers 12-piece boys orchestra from Freeport, Long Island. Thank you. And what does the machine say, Harry?
Just a minute, Fred. It's coming up.
All right. There are so many in the orchestra, I guess by the time you divide that applause up, it'll run into fractions. Things go like that. We have to be very careful with our decibel rating. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the first prize, thank you, $50 in cash, and the week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City goes to the Muro Brothers Orchestra in Freeport, Long Island. The second prize, $25 in cash, goes to the accordion trio, the three girls from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. To the others, we're happy to have had you here, and better luck next time. Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget that the town hall doors will be open wide to greet you next Wednesday evening with another hour of smiles. Join us with Portland, the Mighty Allen Art Players, the Ipana Troubadours, the Town Hall Quartet, and another group of anxious and eager amateurs. This is Fred, spelled Ipana, Allen, spelled Salapatica, saying good night.
I'm Falling in Love with Someone performed on this program was from Victor Herbert's Monty Marietta. This is the National Broadcasting Company.